Good morning and welcome to the IMC over 60s World Cup hosted in Mississauga in Canada. My name is Nick Clegg and alongside me I have Nicole. Nicole, a great day for cricket here in Canada. First game for both of these countries in this over 60s World Cup, and what an occasion it is for them.
Yeah, it's certainly a big game today, Nick. A bit different conditions today. It's a bit cloudy. May have a few showers throughout the day, but we look forward to a exciting contest as the day goes along. We have opening batsman Craig and Richard, and on the bowling end we have Rajendra starting. Looks as though he'll be coming through and round the wicket, left hand wrong.
Yeah, usually really economical at the top. You don't often see a spinner opening what would now be claimed as a one-day game, a 45 over game.
Yeah.
But Raj likes to get through the overs quick and just apply pressure onto the batsman. Skipper Gibb there just working it off the pads to the leg side. Can they get through for the first run of the day? Call in between the wickets, Nicole, really going to be important, especially at the ripe old age of 60. You need to make sure of the yes, no. You don't want to be caught halfway in between.
Yeah, most definitely, especially the singles in the 30-yard circle. S- Yeah, the singles in the 30-yard circle, that will be important. A bit short there, cut away, goes for one, ball runs close to the boundary, and they come back for two. Think Rajendra, he'll be trying to get the ball drifting into the pads, get that LBW or pull down and play. He has a stack offside field, so he's definitely bowling to his field. I think he was a bit short on that occasion. But early days, just trying to get into his spell.
The overcorrection coming there. You mentioned just a bit short, and every bowler then will look to toss it up a bit further.
Most definitely.
And it's just a strong breeze also coming right across the wicket as you look at your screen straight over that slips shoulders there, Kenran Zeal. Straight to Zeal. Unfortunately, unable to get down. Andy Walton coming all the way from Perth to represent Zimbabwe. Born in Zimbabwe, moved to Perth, relocated with his family, and still a proud man of his country of birth. Came all the way to play in this World Cup. A fantastic batsman, and he will look to score some runs later on.
Most definitely. Ever been to Perth, Nick?
Absolutely not. And if it's as long as the flight to Canada, I don't have it on my agenda. Yeah, just sliding one down the leg side.
Bit of an expensive start here by Rajendra. It's a heavy outfield, so I think with a bit of rain overnight and the thick grass over here in Canada, the grass isn't, it's a lush outfield, but the grass is a bit thick, so the outfield is a tad bit slow. So I think bowler just need to put the ball at a good length, attack the stumps. There's a bit of a variable bounce on the turf as we saw both today and yesterday. So attack the pads, attack the stump, keep it wicket to wicket, and let the wicket do the job for you. That's way better.
Yeah, the last two balls come in a lot quicker out the hand, not allowing the wind maybe to push it down the leg side. And I'm glad I got the commentator's curse out the way early. I said he likes to keep it tight early on, but quite an expensive over from Rajendra, and he certainly won't be happy with that. In the tournament in Cape Town last year, he bowled 5 overs for 5 runs.
Oh,
So, and against a very good opposition. And there were no real rash shots in that. It was all smart cricket there from New Zealand and still accumulating 8 runs in that over.
I think the New Zealand batsmen, they were cutting the ball really well at the first over. Let's see how the second over goes.
Looks like it's going to be Rory Rambo McWade opening from outside of the field. McWade, the ex-fielding coach of the Zimbabwe national side back in the day, when the likes of the Flower brothers were still playing for Zimbabwe. He's represented Zimbabwe at 5 national sports. He's a decathlon athlete, holds some records still in the Masters division. Powerful hitter, opening bowler, has quite a gun arm from the boundary in the later overs. So he's someone that needs to be in the game at all times. A lot of energy.
I heard he plays rugby also.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's got away.
It's a beautiful shot there, back with a point.
Will run close to the boundary. That's 4 more. Good start there by Craig.
As you can see, the field almost just arched, so we can't always see the boundaries from our position.
A bit of a tussle back ground here at Danville.
It's a beautiful shot there, back with a point.
Will run close to the boundary. I think this for the start so far, I think the bowlers they have been a bit too short and wide. Maybe overcompensating for the wind. The wind is blowing away. He would get an away movement, whether it's movement off the seam or in the air. So just needs to negotiate the perfect line of length. Left alone without a shot being played.
You've really got to back your ability to pad a ball away without playing the shot.
Most definitely.
You can see that lovely. He just waited for that so nicely to get underneath his eyes.
With a point.
That's a Gullion play or short point. But it looks as though the plan is to bowl outside off stump. Maybe a bit wide. At least there's bowling to their field. It's a good start.
Yeah, just the standard 6-3 field.
Good start, yeah. It's well forward there by Craig.
The 3 fielders on the leg side, the short fine, a square leg, and a mid on. So plenty of space on the leg side. Just a reminder, only allowed 3 fielders out in the first 15 overs. That's much better bowling there, just setting it up. Asking the batsman there just to come on to the front foot.
The batsman equal to the task. Long forward under his eyes. It's a wonderful technique. After 2 overs, 12 without loss. Zimbabwe would be looking for early wickets here. I think they just need to stay a bit patient. You can't get everyone out in 1 over, although that would be amazing. But yeah, just stay patient, put the ball in the right areas, create some pressure, and the chances would come. That's way better from the ball on the side.
Yeah, Raj really getting through the wicket there as well. You almost felt the first couple deliveries in his first over a bit tentative through the crease.
Yeah.
And a lot more power in the execution there. You can see there again, that one well driven, but straight to the fielder, Peter Sands Thomas. And it's thrown the cameraman Shepherd there. He's following the ball.
Big Sheppy, otherwise known. A good guy.
No, absolutely. I got to
Legend.
meet him earlier today. Lovely shot there, pulled backward of square. Lots of work for deep square leg.
That's one more.
And Shepherd. The Zimbabwe coach just found himself there right in front of the camera. Edo Brands.
Today.
I think Rajendra just needs to settle into a line of length here. I think he's trying a bit too much, bowling some slow, some a bit quick. Let's stick to one plan, get a few dots in, and build some pressure. Oh,
And you see the
that's
first ball with
well bowled.
that's created real problem for the batsman
It didn't
is
run a
the
single.
one he just had such good a flow through the crease there. Really looks smooth. No bar taken though from New Zealand.
Yeah,
Very interesting. Every single is really important in this over 60s cricket.
maybe that's a plan, not sure. That's
Driven again, Walton, one of the fitter fielders, chases after it.
well, from what we've seen so far, the New Zealand batsmen, they have found the gaps through the offside really well, opening the face of the bat, just playing it under their eyes, then getting their shoulder dipping into the ball. There's really good technique they've shown. I can only imagine how good these guys would have been in their younger days if they look this good right now.
One thing I can tell you about over 60s cricket, you just have to stand around them. They'll tell you how good that they were eventually. Eventually.
Definitely.
So they really are proud cricketers. As we see the end of the third over, New Zealand 18 for the loss of no wickets. A great start from the boys from the long white cloud.
The Kiwis.
So many nicknames for the guys coming from the other side of the world.
And you see Rory continues as well played and well bowled also. I think that's way better from Rory. Getting it a bit fuller, letting that breeze take the ball to swing away. I'd like to see him having a slip in place. With this strong breeze across the ground, I think attack them a bit. Maybe with a slip in place, the batsman may think twice about cutting. Oh, good effort there. As batsman would run to get two.
And there's a bit of poor fielding coming in from Zimbabwe, allowing the batsman to go through for two. You always need to be aware of what's happening on the wicket.
I think Zimbabwe, they're taking a bit of time to get into the game right now. A bit of a lazy start, I would say. Hopefully soon enough they get into their own. I think New Zealand will be trying to get over 200 here today. We saw in the last game played at this ground with Sri Lanka and emerging 11. Sri Lanka chased down 160 odd pretty easily, or 140, I think, around that score. So anything over 150 seems as though it's a competitive score at this ground here. Um, there wasn't much turn yesterday, but it was a very slow wicket. We saw that once you spend time at the crease, it got way easier. You get the singles and the odd boundary, and 150 shouldn't be that hard to get.
Lavish drive through the covers. The skipper, Greg McDonald, chasing after it. Looks like that ball has won the race to the fence.
Just escorting the ball to the boundary.
Another positive over for New Zealand. 24 for the loss of no wickets after four. Run rate of 6 runs and over, which is always good in over 60s cricket.
They have been positive. They're making full use of this power play. And that's what you want from your opening batsman, you know. You pick the gaps, you get the odd boundary. They have been running twos, so it's good to see. On the other hand, I think Zimbabwe just needs to tighten it up a bit. Just formulate a plan and stick to it. They've been a bit inconsistent so far. But they're a fighting team, nevertheless. They will come back, I'm certain.
The game of cricket certainly does ebb and flow, and the same bowler won't always blow hot every game. Another one dropped short by Raj batsman, just fending it around the corner, but there's a short, fine leg. He really just creeps in closer and closer there. Looks to be John O'Lane.
45 overs is a long, long game. That's hit away again, close to the boundary. What do you think Rajendra can do here differently to maybe formulate a wicket or stop these guys from scoring so fluently?
I think he needs to find his rhythm in his bowling. You called it in his last over. He seemed to bowl at different speeds through the air, but also in his run up. So a couple of times he was a lot slower, and then he would accelerate. But if you have that same rhythm just going through, and you only change your variation through your fingers or your arm coming through with the ball, it's a lot more deceptive for the batsman. So when you run a bit quicker, you almost miscount your steps into the popping crease. He just hasn't had that rhythm today so far. Again, dropped a bit short. That one staying slightly lower with the lack of speed on the ball. So far, his tidiest over though, just the
Yeah,
two
it
runs
is.
coming from it.
Very good comeback, I must say. Maybe looking to close this over off. Maybe a dot or even a wicket.
A wicket would be tasty. It's driven straight down the ground to mid off. This is the first over of real pressure on the New Zealand batsmen.
Most definitely.
I
I
wonder if
see.
it will start to play mind games, if they'll realize that they're quite far ahead of the game already
Yeah, yeah.
and they don't really have to panic. A couple of dot balls coming in succession.
It's a bit short, and that's pulled away to backward square leg. They run one, the ball runs close to the boundary, and they come back for two.
Another over with four more runs, and if New Zealand keep going this way, they certainly will get to that 200 mark. Said that not the most accurate start from Zimbabwe, and they'll certainly just want to pull themselves, maybe have a little chat, and maybe a change of bowling is
Yeah,
needed from either end. Just get the batsman looking at a different picture.
something fresh, yeah.
McWade now coming in for his third. Still 6-3 field. Just moving that sweeper around in the cover boundary.
Yeah, I saw in the last over they dropped that sweeper a bit square also. Hopefully they're cutting out that boundary they've been getting on the offside. Well forward is Richard.
I think that sweeper there, it all depends on the speed of the bowler. So McWade usually a bit quicker, and then for most cricket fans and those maybe new to the game and just watching family members at this World Cup, see that one there zips through. Unfortunately, John Jamieson lets it through his legs, and they're going to get through for a bar. So as I was saying, the quicker you bowl, the further behind the wickets you'll put that sweeper because you'll get more outside edges. If the ball's coming on a bit slow, the batsman has more time to move across, get his hands in front of his eyes, and punch it through the covers. So that's why they've moved that sweeper around. Fortunately, there McWade overcorrecting, whipped off the legs backward of square, and they'll come through for two, looking for a third.
Get sent back.
Oh, so maybe a wise decision. When you run a three at age group cricket, you're tired on the next couple of deliveries, but at over 60s, it might hinder you for the rest of the over.
Oh, a few.
Or a few, yeah. Depending, luckily, it's quite a cool day.
Yeah.
Yesterday, it was very warm. The Zimbabwe side came to this venue, came to watch. There were two games happening in South Africa.
Flicked away, met on. There's a bit of a chilly breeze here today. Yesterday was heat. It
Yep.
was a hot day yesterday. Played cricket back in your day, Nick?
I still play cricket. Play some club cricket down in East London, Beacon Bay Country Club. We're known as the Bows Boys.
Uh, a bowler?
Yes, sir. And not a very good one, but you got to do something in the team when you play at my age. So I just turn the arm over a bit. The batsmen never know it, but I just bowl it straight on. And it never really turns, but you only have to turn one, and that's got to stick in
That's all you need.
the batsman's mind.
Someone once told me if you don't know what you're doing, the batsman won't know what you're doing.
I bet that was a bowler that didn't hit the wicket
Most
as many times
definitely.
as he wanted. Yeah, we just spoke about that change in bowler maybe coming from Raj Naik's side, and they're going to bring on the speedster now, Peter Sands Thomas.
As we see the end of the sixth over, the score is 34 without loss. It's Craig on 14 of 15, and Richard 18 of 21 balls. Just going at a run rate of 5.6. A good start here from New Zealand. Zimbabwe would be looking for an early wicket here, or to string together a few dots and build some pressure.
I think what's important is in that batting partnership, both batsmen nearly going at a run a ball, so no one really just holding up one end or creating pressure with dot balls. They're both ticking over the strike really nicely, almost effortlessly, just going along at 5.5 or just above 5.5 and over.
And they've been playing pretty similar also. If you look at the way they set up and their stroke play, their games look pretty similar. So that's good to see from New Zealand. They would be looking forward to this tournament. Hopefully they can come out champions. I think defending champions Australia.
Yeah, I believe so. And playing South Africa today, that's a massive game.
Well forward once again. It's a good start here by the big fast bowler.
Yeah, he just seems to be holding back slightly. So when I first met Peter Sands Thomas, he was all about just bowling as quick as he could, but slightly erratic. And over the last 12 months, you see a big hoff there straight down the ground. Couple bounces, and I think that's going to trickle over the boundary.
A good shot there, good positive intent. And once again, that's what you want from your openers. Get off to a good start. So after the power play, there will be feelers outside the Titiad circle protecting shots like that.
And you can see that ball almost just loopy out of his hand. So what I was saying was in the last 12 months, he's really just tried to bowl more accurately in his first spell. Once he finds his rhythm, then pick up his pace.
Those,
But after a shot like that over your head, you always just bowl with a bit more
yeah, it
aggression.
had a
And
bit more zip on that
yeah,
one.
came through the crease really nicely there. You almost have to force your body to go right over, almost like tuck that seatbelt in as you teach the young kids and just follow through, giving you that extra momentum.
You want that momentum going towards your target. It's always important.
The big man trying to stare down the batsman.
Yeah, a bit of a
But
stare there.
Culkin having none of it, just turned around, walked away from his mark, gets back to his routine. Both batsmen set well in their routines. After every delivery, just walk away, reset, come back.
But it's brilliant wicket keeping, I must say, up to the stumps to the pacer. Good take there.
You know, John Jamieson,
Fit guy.
very fit, oldest man in the Zimbabwe side, and must be in one of the top three in the tournament. The ripe old age of 73.
This has been one of the most promising overs we've seen so far. One boundary coming from it on a wide, but something to work with here for Zimbabwe. After 7 overs, the score is 39 without loss. But that's well bowled once again. Is Rory continuing? He settled into his spell pretty well. Maybe had a shaky first over or two, but that was a good start here to his fourth over. Better line of length. A bit more zip onto the ball now.
Yeah, sets a very high standard for himself. Gets quite frustrated if he doesn't reach that level. Doesn't accept bad fielding, as I mentioned. He was the fielding coach of the Zimbabwe side in the early 2000s.
It's pressure on these guys now.
Just off screen, we yeah, walking, marching past us is skipper's wife,
Nick,
Marcel, affectionately known by the Zimbabwe boys.
hey, that's
Straight
the
back.
first wicket down. Beautiful catch there.
I think Marcel needs to walk around the field a bit more.
Most
They're walking a
definitely.
wicket.
That's a wonderful catch. Down low also. That's never easy. It's a good catch there. And Zimbabwe gets their first wicket, 40 for 1 in the eighth over. Richard has to go, 22 runs off 28 balls. Not a bad start here by New Zealand.
I think
That's,
it's an excellent start.
yeah,
Zimbabwe maybe just pulling it back the last 2 overs. You mentioned it at the start of this one. McWade sets it in well too, in his rhythm, in his spell there, and looking to attack the stumps more. And maybe the batsman they're just trying to force it with that bottom hand and scooping it up at the last minute. And he's played so well down the ground. He just needed that top elbow to come through, and he could have banked it straight down past the bowler. But fortunately for Zimbabwe, they get that early breakthrough. And Mama Sal's back on the walk.
brings us some good luck. And that's the thing about this wicket. That's missed by the keeper. He won't be happy with that. He prides himself heavily on his keeping.
Yeah, he certainly does. Also known to strap every single digit in those gloves before he goes through a lot of elastoplast. So if they're looking for a sponsor, he'll certainly take it.
That's well played once again and well bowled. That's the end of a good over here from Zimbabwe. Just getting 2 runs off it and a wicket.
Or just constant talking, cheering them on.
I have a teammate I played with a couple years ago. He never supports on the field, but he's always singing on the field. And lucky enough, it always worked because the batsman hated his singing. So sometimes it's not always about clapping or just making some sort of noise out there, throw off the batsman concentration.
Couple fielding changes, yeah.
That's well forward once again. Looks like a fit guy is Martin. Martin Pike.
You'll be really impressed in all the teams how many of these 60 plus year olds are really in good shape. I quite like that from the skipper. Just as the batsman changed a couple of deliveries ago, he just changed the field so that the batsman didn't have the same picture in front of them. Even just swapping two fielders
Yeah,
just makes the batsman rethink, okay, I can't just punch it into the covers. There's a new fielder there.
I think with the new batsman on strike, I would like to see they bring that sweeper in. Apply a bit of pressure. As we see the 11th over comes to an end. Score is now 49 for 1.
McWade strolling back. Starts of his sixth over. Each bowler allowed a maximum of 9 overs, 45 over game.
It's a beautiful ground here at Danville. Some skyscrapers in the background. I think if you look over to your left, you can also see the CN Tower. So it's a beautiful ground here. A lot of cricket is always played here. It's well bowled.
Look at that follow through.
Yeah.
You'd think at 60 you'd try preserve as many steps.
I
And you got a
know.
field for 45 overs, but McWade having none of that. Following right through. Really had a good couple of last overs as McWade. Big drive through the covers. Bonk with the effort. McWade hands on hips, not happy that the ball got through there, but not sure there's much more the fielder could have done.
But I would say the Zimbabwe fielders, they have shown effort on the field today. They've dove around, they've thrown their bodies, and that's what you want to see. Even if you don't get it, they've given their best chance, their best effort. So it's good to see everyone giving their best out there. It's well forward again.
It's such an exciting game. This one's got Aiden, our producer, on his feet here next to us. Really loving the fighting spirit of the Zimbabweans.
Over there, maybe feeling a bit cold with the chilly breeze at this point.
Marcel thinks the faster she walks, the quicker her daughter Sophie will arrive here in Canada to come support her pops. She motors around the field again. She's at 50% here for wicket taking. First loop around the field took a wicket. Second one, not so much. Couple of edges found though. Looking to walk another wicket is the skipper's wife.
Getting his steps in.
Absolutely. McWade. He really seems to have a zip in his bowling. Another good over coming from the talismanic McWade. As mentioned, he just loves to be involved in the game.
I think the water break would be approaching soon also. Maybe in like 3 overs or so.
Yeah, power plays at the end of the 15th, 30th, and then obviously the end of the innings, the 45th. Three fielders out in the first 15, four in the second. Then you allowed five out in the final 15. Zimbabwe continuing with Peter Sands Thomas, nicknamed Bonk.
Big bonk. Any idea how he got that name?
Oh, there's too many stories. There's the PG version, and then there's the version he'd like me to tell, and I've said it once. So it's on YouTube on Cape Town International Tournament 2025. It's there's a story explained there. But PG version is he was hit on his head. As you
Oh, that's
see a
pulled away.
great pull shot.
Straight to the fielder at deep mid wicket.
Just as you thought there's no use for that fielder, nothing's gone out there.
Yeah, yeah.
Where else can we apply pressure? And Captain Greg McDonald again, just getting his field placing right. Such an astute captain.
Oh,
A French cut there, just past the wickets.
but when Peter is bowling, you always think there's something that is about to happen. Just that he has that energy about him. You know, he runs in hard, zips it in. You always think something is about to happen.
Well, if you know Peter, whenever he's around, something is about to happen. So
Oh,
that one, he almost just floated it, not just
yeah.
cocking his wrist at the end, and the ball just floating out.
He has mixed his pace up really well throughout this game.
For those of you watching, there's Mama Cell in the background, finally getting some time on the camera. Well left from the batsman.
It's a good take by the keeper also. Jameson. It's never easy keeping up to the fast bowler.
Yeah, good, really good hand-eye coordination. John Jamison, ripe old age, 73. Oh, that one getting a bit of extra bounce, catching the gloves of the batsman. You
Zimbabwe applying some pressure at this point.
you can
Is
see why though he's wanting to push forward. A lot of the deliveries, if there's no pace in it, really do just die down towards the batsman. But that one there, the effort delivery popping up, catching him on the fingers.
they have been committing to that front foot pretty early also. So it was nice to see Peter incorporating that short ball also. As we go along, we are here at Danville Park with New Zealand versus Zimbabwe. The score after 13 overs, 58 for 1. Martin Pike, 10 of 14, and Craig on the next end, 22 from 36. Exciting contest here in Mississauga. As we look on, there's a bowling change.
Yeah, Andy Walton has the ability to swing the ball both ways. Often likes to set up the batsman a couple of away swingers They just nipped that one back in between bat and pad. That one
Bit,
dropped far too short to see any swing early on there.
yeah, a bit too short and wide there. We see that each one of the bowlers, they did take an over or two to settle into their spell. It's a bit better. They are a bit fuller. Would like the ball to be a bit closer to the batsman, but good start there by Andrew. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Andy Walton coming in again.
Bit of a yes, no there.
Looks
Good
like he's
call
bowling
there.
with his glasses on as well today. Always a danger in cricket.
It's cut away. We'll go for four. A good shot there by Craig. He has been going good so far.
Yeah,
I think he's been the pick of the batsman so far. He caught the ball nice, played the ball under his eyes. He'd be looking to rally along. A bit too short and wide on that occasion.
yeah, he started really quickly, did Craig Gibb. Then he just slowed down a bit, but all good batsmen understand that an innings has ebbs and flows, and 45 overs is a long time. And he's certainly someone Zimbabwe will want to get out.
That's way better. See, Big Andy has played for Australia also.
Yes, he played for the Aussies vets and then made the switch back to Zimbabwe. Lives down in Perth. Played competitive cricket down there well into his 40s in the Premier Division. Very, very talented player. He'll be one of the main wickets they'll want later on in the second half of this game. Can be very destructive with the bat. Plays everything in the V, as you taught Labs to just play things along the ground. And as his innings progresses, happy to take on the field and go over the top.
Bit of it's retaking his run up here.
It's a real bonk thing to do. Forget your run up and go back. I mean, he's bowled 4 overs already. Floats that one. Doesn't use the deck that's been prepared so graciously by the officials here in Canada. I'll have to have a word with him about that. You can see it's just his wrist action at the end there. Just doesn't cock his wrist at the end, so releasing the ball a lot higher than he usually does.
I think he's trying a bit too much at this point. They needs to keep it simple. Just like how they got that first wicket, they kept it simple for 2 to 3 overs and they got that breakthrough. I think the same applies here and throughout the game. You keep things simple. You bowl wicket to wicket. I think that's the trick here today. You bowl wicket to wicket and the wicket will come. It's a cool day today, so you don't mind fielding 45 overs. You never know. It's way better than fielding 45 overs in the sun. So dot balls would also be good. But New Zealand would be looking to get over 200 here today at this run rate they're going at.
Pulled there, backward of square. Lots of work to be done on the boundary by Pops, but unfortunately not able to get there. And a boundary coming in favor of New Zealand. Sans Thomas knows that wasn't the delivery he needed to bowl. He was just applying some good pressure. Great work from the batsman. Just stepped right across, fetched it from outside the off stump, and worked it into that vacant fine leg area. It's
And
there
once
again.
again,
Pops with a lot of work to do. That ball looking like it's got lovely footwork there. Maybe getting inspiration from the FIFA World Cup that was hosted here not so long ago.
a bit of a long pocket dunk there at that side of the ground. So I think that would be drinks at the end of 15 overs. The score is 70 for 1. You have Craig on 32, Martin Peak on 12. We'll join you back here after the water break. And we're back here at Danville Park. That's after the first drinks break. Score is 70-1 after 15. New Zealand will be looking to continue their momentum. There's a nice little partnership here building between Craig and Martin. Zimbabwe, on the other hand, they will be looking for a few wickets at this point, or maybe just string together a few tight overs. Have been a bit on the expensive side throughout this game. Exciting contest here so far. If we look in front of us here, a few of the New Zealand players just taking a walk around the ground, enjoying the scenery, getting another angle of the action.
Yeah, I'm sure Ed Brands would have had a lot of words to say there as the coach for the Zimbabwe side, or taking on the coaching role rather. Expansive driver, no real connection from the batsman. It will be important that Zimbabwe start well in this second power play. 4 men allowed out.
We enter the middle overs of this game here now. It's well played and well bowled. Fiery throw back into the keeper.
Good
Craig
support.
Gabe, Craig Gabe has been good so far. He's been there from the start. He'd be looking to rally on and get a 50, maybe even 100 here today. Andrew Walton from the top end, is it? Peter. Peter it is.
Looks like Bong continuing on that far side. Some nice support coming through on the live stream, Channel 4 Zimbabwe, and getting a couple messages. Julie Price, Shugs Lawler. Shugs Lawler was a member, or is a member of this Zimbabwe over 60 side. Everyone is wishing him well and good. Hope he gets better soon and wishing him good health so that he can soon join his mates here on the cricket field. Andre Leroux and Kevin Shadwell on the WhatsApp group sending messages through early this morning in support of the boys. Nice steady start here from Zimbabwe after that drinks break. They wouldn't have been happy. 70-1 after 15 overs. A great start from New Zealand. And no real rash shots in that either. It was all just kind of seamless from the boys in black and grey.
They'll be searching for a wicket after the drinks break, you know. Mostly always. There's always a wicket that falls after the drinks break, so a bit of a break in momentum. Zimbabwe will be looking to capitalize on that opportunity.
That's
Struck away over cover. Would run away for 4.
Warren Acker's
What a
there getting
wonderful,
down.
wonderful effort down there.
Acker's a local here in Canada. Moved, yeah, I think it was a good 30 years ago. It's based in Vancouver. His family will also be joining us on this tour later on in the week.
Well driven once again.
The skipper coming through a good arm there.
Good
Maybe a
running.
bit more energy from the bowler just to make the batsman feel like that's they're going to be under pressure there. Very much a confidence bowler is Bonk. So if things start going his way, he gets quicker, he gets more dangerous. Doesn't like to just go through the motions. It's another big hit. This time finds the gap. No one in that vacant extra cover region. It looks like Martin Parks decided these middle overs he's going to start attacking.
Yeah, it looks as though he just stepped into another gear here. It takes a score to 81 after 17. And just going at a runner ball is Martin Pike, 23 from 23 balls. Current partnership, 41 from 56 balls. And that's what you want when batting in the middle overs. You know, you just want two, three partnerships, or one big partnership. And they've been going well so far. They'll be looking to rally on, carry the score to over 100. It's a good thing, a good communication there by these two batsmen. I think Zimbabwe just needs something special here at this point.
Yeah, they might need to look at another change in bowling from that far side. Bong's last over going for 10.
Yeah.
Expensive over. He's bowled a couple on the trot as well. There was that short water break in between.
Knowing the competitor is Bunk, he wouldn't want to give that ball up.
No, he certainly wouldn't. But sometimes as the captain, you just got to give the big bowler a tap on the back and say, well done, big lad, but we'll need you later.
But you shouldn't drop their heads. Cricket is a game of uncertainties. You're 82 for one and then easily 120 for four or five. So that's game on, back into the balances. So just need to keep their composure, keep things simple. Let's put the ball in the right areas. They haven't been that consistent throughout this game. I think they've bowled to the New Zealand batsmen a bit to their strengths. Just like that. Just keep the ball there, build some dots. The first wicket fell after two or three good overs, so you just need to string together a few tight overs. Oh, a bit
That
of
one
bonk
pops.
there.
Walton enjoying it. Oh, he's not enjoying that so much, is Andy Walton. Looks like the umpire there just saying that it's past that wide line.
A good competitor is he.
No, most certainly. I think that's what makes this Zimbabwe side so ruthless and why they've won 10 out of their last 11 over 60s vets games. They're so competitive on and off the field. Just love to have a good time off it. A lot of banter, a lot of camaraderie. And something that's really big in Zimbabwe is what school you came from. So even though they've been out of school 40, 45 years, they still give each other gears about which school they went to and how smart certain individuals are from different schools or how not smart.
That
Uh,
school rivalry never ends. Let's open the face of the bat. Glides down to third man. Runs close to the boundary. Chuck back for two.
Yeah, so even when asking for information about the players last year in the international tournament in Cape Town and then at the Africa Cup hosted in Harare, I left out the school. I always asked them, what club you from? Give me some information to talk about. Every single one of the players told me what school they were from as well. It is that important for them that it's mentioned and that it's known. So it's JJ, the wicketkeeper. He was at a school, Guinea, and the school, the guys joke, JJ, that he's so old that the school closed down. But the school has actually, in fact, closed down. It doesn't exist anymore. So that was around a long time ago.
Funny enough, the college I went to back home and my producer here, Eden, we are rival schools also.
There's nothing like a good school rivalry.
Yeah,
There's something in the schools, they just get it right. Looks like there's a change in bowler here. Kenyan Zeal, talented sportsman, is Kenyan, a fly half back in his rugby days.
a good change here by the captain. Bring something new to these batsmen.
Yeah,
And
I
once
think
he starts right, with a new bowler in place, it also gives the opportunity for a few dots to be built, as a batsman would look at a few. And with a few dots, it gives an opportunity for a bit of pressure to be built. Starts with a dot.
yeah, there's a couple of bowlers out there. Ian Harris, yeah, number 15, just in front of us at backward point. Also a very tidy bowler.
That's well bowled.
Look how quick the keeper is there behind the stumps.
He would like to take one bail off. Might be a bit hard on himself for knocking both of them.
I think at that age, you don't care. You just get excited if you get a stumping opportunity.
He's been up to the stumps for most of the game.
Ah,
Wonderful skill.
Driven back with a point. Ian Harris, some work to do, but it's picked up by the local Ackhurst. Ackhurst just whips it in effortlessly. Just showing the New Zealanders the strength of his arm and that they shouldn't look to take on a second. We've got another Zimbabwean here walking into the com box all the way from Australia. Mel Jones. Mel, I don't know if you've seen the live stream, but you got a shout out from someone maybe back from down under.
A bit of a flatter trajectory is Kenyon. His protection out there at the mid-wicket boundary. Partnership is now 47, just 3 runs away from 50. Good going here by New Zealand. Short and wide. Oh, he definitely missed out
Oh,
there.
you can see it straight
Yeah.
away. That arch back tells you everything as a batsman. As a bowler, you just give one of those. I got away with one there.
It's a dot in the scorebook. He'll be happy with that. Well, not a bad start by Kenyon. That's 2 runs off his first over. Kenyon Zeal. And the 19th over comes to an end. New Zealand is now 87 for 1. Craig Gibb, the skipper, on 34. And Martin Pike, 26 of 30. The forward there is Greg Gibb.
Walton seems to be the quickest bowler today from the Zimbabwe bowling stocks. Really found his line and length early on, and then just been able to up that speed every over.
A bit of a slingy action he has. Looking for two, but it's not on.
Went driven through the covers. Bonk does well.
Oh, it's good cricket here displayed.
Bonk with the diving effort at point.
Good effort there by Bunk.
Just picked up on the boundary. I just took my headsets off just to come around the tree here to see if there's anyone on the leg side. So Zimbabwe, just with the two fielders out, just to keep applying that pressure. They're allowed to have four out, but if the batsmen aren't really forcing the boundaries, better just to have it in, make them force it through the gap. Maybe get a wicket that way. Strays onto the leg side, just as I speak about it. McWade off to chase it. Let's see how big this throw comes in from McWade. A javelin thrower right over the stumps from the fielding coach.
It's well bowled.
As you mentioned, not easy to stand up to the stumps, but John Jamison, his two misses actually coming from when he was standing back. Hasn't missed anything while standing up to the stumps. So great effort there by the keeper.
That over actually brought up the 50 partnership between these two. 51 from 72 balls. Martin Pike and Craig Gibb. Good partnership building here in the middle over phase of this game. Zimbabwe have been good though. They haven't bowled much wides, and that's a positive thing. Especially in over 60 cricket, you see some teams there's a bit of extras. There's only been 3 wides and 2 byes, which is not that bad after 20 overs. I think they would take that any day, and that's definitely a positive aspect of the game so far.
Yeah, and yesterday they had a net session, and it's something that they spoke about after their bowling. No one bowled erratically in the nets yesterday. They spoke about how wides could win or lose you a game. And the commentators curse Nikhil.
Always, always. Can't get away from that. I will see a bit of sunlight peeking through the clouds now. Oh, nice sight to see. The
How
last 5 overs have been good.
Mhm.
They have came back really well in the second phase of the game. They'd be looking to build on that.
how important do you think the toss will come into play? Yeah, Zimbabwe winning the toss and electing to bowl was quite overcast. I think they would have hoped for a bit more swing.
Yeah, I think they should have made uh, a better use
Better
of that
use.
overcast conditions earlier today. But the New Zealand batsmen, they were really good this morning. Take nothing away from them. But the sun is out now. Still a bit cloudy, but Zimbabwe is fighting back. Oh, good stop there. Feeling the ball on your follow through is always hard, whether you're 25 or 65. Those return opportunity, always a difficult one. That's cut away, straight to the fielder at sweeper boundary. Just whips it back to the keeper. That's a good stop there at backward point.
Zimbabwe seem a bit flat in the field. The bowling pair doing really well to try bring them back into this game. Drop that scoring rate at less than 4.5. It's getting really close. The field is really quiet.
I think they're just there, just waiting for something to happen. I think if you get a good 5 overs or 10 overs even, just support and make something happen. You don't want to stay there. It just takes one person to do that, whether it's the keeper, the captain, or anyone. Just put an extra effort out there, support the bowlers and rally your troops.
That one played in the air slightly. That bottom hand coming through again from Gibb. We saw that's how the first wicket happened, straight back to the bowler. A lot of bottom hand coming from the batsman, Richard Colkin. It's worked to the leg side to that mid-wicket area. Straight to McWade. For the first time in the game, the run rate less than 4.5 and over.
Yeah.
Moving in the right direction here for Zimbabwe. It's good cricket all round. Well bowled, well left. Well kept behind the stumps.
That's 4 dots now. Bit of pressure perhaps building here on Martin Pike. He gets a single. It's good hustle there by the keeper. And that brings the 22nd over to an end. The score is now 95 for 1. Martin Pike 31, Craig on 36.
Sun really coming out here, covering the whole field now. It's also done, it's lifted that haze in the distance and get to see the CN Tower, the city of Toronto. Well, some of the locals say Toronto
Toronto.
as of BO.
CH, Toronto. Yeah. Slug away. They will get one. Chuck back for the second.
Big arm from McWade coming from the boundary. One bounce into the keeper.
Kenyon has been good so far. Started pretty well. I think Kenyon and Andrew, they've been, I think they've started the best out of all the bowlers. They've been bang on target. Oh, a bit of a misfield there. That's certainly what they don't need when trying to string together some dots.
Yeah, and I think that's been a big problem for Zimbabwe in this innings. The lack of dot balls strung together. New Zealand now getting close to that 100. Not even.
Oh, struck hard. That will run away for four. And that brings up the 100 for New Zealand inside the 23rd over.
Right on the halfway mark of the innings getting to 100, which means they'll certainly be looking at 220, I think.
Certainly. With the skipper Craig Gibb just inching towards a 50 also, 10 runs away. With Martin Pike on the next end. With healthy strike rates also, in 50 over games or 45 over games, you want to be at a run a ball or just under or just over. So it's good going here by this New Zealand batsman. As we take a short break here while they retrieve the ball. Oh, And we're back here at Danville after a short break, retrieving the ball. So we continue on this top end here. It's well fielded. The 23rd over comes to an end. 102 for one. Zimbabwe in search for a wicket, and they need a wicket very soon.
And we just had a team manager. Yeah, I think he mentioned like 5 or 6 bowlers that we could bring on. So seemed very unsure. But what was sure is he also feels that there needs to be a change somewhere here to get a breakthrough.
Something needs to happen at this point before it's too late.
Raj Naik looks like he's coming back into the attack from the other end. Good call there by you, Nikhil. Seems like in the skipper's mind, you got a walkie-talkie straight
Back,
to him there.
back in my day, I captained a few teams, so I have a bit of a skill.
For those of you listening, Nikhil is only like 21, so back in his day means yesterday.
I think
Thank you.
Zimbabwe have been a bit too wide today, a bit wide and short. I think to get a wicket here, you need to bowl straight, attack the stumps. Went on a good length. The New Zealand batsman, they just came forward and defended it. So let's see if Rajendra can create something here. It's a good start compared to his first over.
Uh, One of the New Zealanders coming up and asking us, are we all right in the com box? Just showing that hospitality. And I can tell you, Nikhil, that he's actually a Zimbabwean.
Ah,
And that's why it makes so much sense why he came to check on us as we see another good ball there coming from Raj. That's Mike van Staden. Played for Zimbabwe over 60s last year. And then was selected after a couple of good seasons of cricket down in New Zealand.
both teams will definitely know each other a lot. This is a good start here by Rajendra. He's been bang on target in this second spell, mixing his pace and lengths up really well. Good fielding there at backward point. Always difficult in the point region. The ball spinning comes a bit quickly at you also. It's 4 dots now.
You can see what the dot ball does there to the batsman. 4 dots in a row, and you almost try to force that shot onto the offside. Much better over here from Mr. Naik. Oh, he drops that one short. And straight to the fielder out of nowhere. A ball that should have been put to the boundary.
That's what the bowling change does.
Andy Walton just stands dead still.
Rajendra
Straight
Nick gets
into
the breakthrough.
what an important wicket that was. The bowling change coming. Now all of a sudden, the skipper.
Greg Gibb has to go. 40 from 66. It's been there from the start. A good hand he played. Very good innings there by the captain. Responsible knock.
When he explains his dismissal to his friends and family tonight, he'll say, "You can't believe it. It was a terrible ball. I rocked back onto the back foot, hands through the ball, connected it beautifully, and then found the one fielder in the ring on the leg side."
Good catch also.
But a much better over there from Raj, and that will certainly give him the confidence that he would have needed in his first spell. His first spell, 19 for no runs in his 3 overs.
Yeah, most definitely. And the second wicket falls. Score is now 103 after the 24th over. Zimbabwe is on the hunt now, looking for a comeback here. Hoping they can prize a few more wickets here before the 30th over, maybe, and put that pressure back on to the Kiwi batsman. New batsman to the crease, Mason Robinson, the vice captain. He will be on the non-striker end. Set batsman now, Martin Pike. He would be looking to carry on and form another partnership here with vice captain Mason. As well
Harris,
fielded.
yeah, he does well there to get down.
They've gotten better in the field as the game progressed. Is Zimbabwe.
I think it definitely came down to the start from those two bowlers. It just took the energy out of the field inside. But as they just creep in with a couple more dot balls and that extra second wicket, they just seem to be coming more alive out there. Some buyers come in there. His own teammates asking there, did he get an edge on that one? And as every good batsman, he just ignored them and looked down. Driven
Well
down the
played.
ground.
Oh, hope he's okay.
That looked very awkward there from Peter Sands Thomas. And he's definitely, once everyone knows and sees that he's okay, he's definitely going to get some gears about those soccer skills. Unfortunately, an Arsenal fan
Oh no, no, no,
loves and
that's
loves
no
to rub
good.
it in.
That's no good.
Loves to rub it in. A variation there coming from Zeal. Looked like Peter Sands Thomas rolled his ankle while trying
Yeah,
to stop that ball,
good
but
stop though.
no, he just seems to be shaking off something on his finger. Hopefully, nothing too serious.
I've landed awkwardly after.
Better back to his stock delivery there from Zeal.
Good quick single also. That brings the 25th over to an end. The score is now 107 for a loss of 2.
Something that the fielding sides need to keep aware of is this 3 hour time limits that they've been given for their 15 overs. Zimbabwe were doing really well, but somehow have just fallen. You feel slightly behind that 5 overs to go. You kind of want to give yourself 15 overs per hour, 5 overs to go. If we're working on that, they've got 15 minutes to get through those 5 overs. So Maybe with the extra fielding changes, just falling behind that over rate.
Maybe a bit of fatigue also,
I think most definitely.
as Rajendra Nick follows here. That's four more. That's he picked that the line and length of that up really early and executed perfectly. As Martin Pike moves on to 41. Yes, stepping onto the back foot there and pulling that ball through the mid-wicket boundary. I think Rajendra Naik just needs to keep it simple, just as in his previous over. The wickets would come, as you see, once you build that pressure. That's better from him. Keeping them on the front foot. Throughout the day, we saw that most of the boundaries have been scored on the square boundaries, whether that's through point or through square leg. There haven't been much boundaries straight down the ground. So try their best to get the ball as straight as possible and get them on the front foot playing. It's a good comeback here by Rajendra Naik. Bowling to set batsman Martin Pike on 41. That's well bowled, well played. For the first time in the game also, the projected score has fallen under 200. So it's good going here by Zimbabwe. It's well fielded, well played. New batsman Mason is equal to the task.
Yeah, Zimbabwe will want their spinner just to get through his overs a bit quicker. Between each delivery seems to take a long time to deliver the next.
Oh,
Was there an edge there?
looks as though it was off the edge.
No signal coming there from the umpire.
Looks as though Mason Robinson is off the mark. Take them how it come. It's 2 runs in the scorebook.
Absolutely, and you don't want one of those beautiful animals walking across the screen, yeah, and going out early doors in your first World Cup game. No need for a duck in a World Cup. Mason Robinson will be ecstatic that didn't go into the gloves of keeper John Jameson.
Well played once again. Straight to the field at that mid-wicket boundary. Over the last few overs, we saw Martin Pike playing that slug sweep shot. Looks as though it's a strength of his.
Guards that straight to cover. We've seen a lot of cross bat shots off this wicket. Not something you would have thought. I had a look at the wicket this morning and it seemed like it might be a bit indifferent. So mostly keep low and the odd one popping up, which we have seen. So usually that causes a lot of trouble for the batsmen when they play those cross bat shots. But New Zealand have been faultless in that department. Straight to the field. It takes long to register. He needs to get to the bowler side. Kenyan Zeal wasn't even back in the spot. The bowler just standing at the end of his follow through.
This is good going here by New Zealand. Oh, good effort there by the guy at point. They run one and they run back for two. Oh, that's through the legs. Come back for three. That's wonderful running there by these two batsmen. Sloppy feeling on the part of Zimbabwe. I think if they want to get back into this contest, they need to restrict these two batsmen and stop them from getting these easy singles. Kenyon runs in again. It's good effort there. That brings the 27th over to an end. Score is now 122 for 2. Martin Pike inching towards the 50. He's on 48. A new batsman, Mason Robinson, on the next end. Just 4 runs off 6 balls. Like,
It's a much better delivery there from Raj, just forcing the batsman to play in front of his eyes. They really have marched on here, have New Zealand. Martin approaching that 50. Just works it down the ground. Does Robinson.
I like to see that guy at short mid wicket come a bit straighter. I think they've gotten that single at mid on a bit too easily at times. If the guy at short mid wicket comes a bit straighter, he may be able to eliminate that chance. I think that he would have been able to stop that there. Maybe just a few tweaks. But they run back.
No one backing up, and unfortunately, just giving away an extra run. Every run is crucial if Zimbabwe are going to try keep the score as close to 200 or below as possible. But I think if they're realistic, they'll look at 220.
So good stop there by the guy in cover. And that had 4 all written over it.
So you were on this field yesterday, Nikhil, and you on it by I mean commentating because you're way too young to be playing in this tournament. But And you said the game was just drifting down the leg side. The game was won by Sri Lanka, chasing a total of 160 odd, but they got there quite easily with a lot of comfort. So you feel that a score of 200 is still chaseable with a good batting performance in the second innings?
Yeah, most definitely. I think it may all come down to how you start the innings. Um, New Zealand is going the way they are at the moment because they had a good start. I think once you get two good partnerships, because so far in this game, there have been two good partnerships and it's already 128. So I think on this wicket and on the ground, once you get in, and let's say you get two 50-run partnerships and a few cameos here and there, it's easily 150 plus, right? So just about spending time at the crease, as
Yeah.
Martin Pike is showing us here, as that's 50.
Yeah, well played 50 there from Martin Park. And it's been just that. He's just played these innings one ball at a time. At one
Correct.
stage, he was almost going at a run a ball. Then he dropped his run rate, and then he just climbed back up slowly and asserted his dominance again on the bowlers.
Done the easy things correctly here today. Didn't make it more than what it should have been, right?
Yeah, just keeping it simple.
Correct.
And maybe one of the most difficult things in cricket to do is
It is
to keep it
to
simple.
keep it simple.
As soon as you start feeling like you're on top, you start trying funny shots or implementing things, trying to work things around corners that shouldn't. I think his team hasn't realized that he's on 50 yet. Did see one of the players walk up to the table, so maybe the next run he gets, they'll just cheer for him and
Hopefully he get that
make him
next one.
believe. Taking really long to start this over. Change of bowler, Warren Ackhurst into the attack. A direct hit coming in there from Walton. Batsman easily in his crease.
I think the game has slowed down really, really a lot actually. Maybe the bowling team they need to get through some overs quickly, string together a few dots, and before you know it, it's the last 10 overs.
Yeah, it's almost like they playing just to get to that second drinks break.
Pretty much, yeah.
New Zealand not wanting to lose a wicket, Zimbabwe not wanting to give away too many runs.
May get that second drinks break in like 10 minutes or so. That's well played once again.
Will they take on the arm of Pops? No, not this time.
Good throw back in.
Great fielding. Rare misfield from McDonald.
It's a bit of flight there.
He really has come a long way in his bowling since I saw him last bowl in Harare last year.
Warren Akust.
It was a special tournament for him, the Africa Cup. It was the first time he went back to his country of birth in over 30 years.
Hmm.
So it was really special, quite emotional at every game, seeing the different places where he used to be as a child.
At the end of the 29th over, the score is now 137 for the loss of 2. Mason Robinson, 12 of 14, and Martin Pike, 52 from 65.
With one over to go before the drinks break, I wouldn't be surprised if the skipper, yeah, just makes a change in bowling, makes the batsman have to rethink, reconcentrate the last 6 balls. It looks like we're going to get that. This is going to be pops. Wayne Parham.
Notice he's got a special hat compared to everyone else.
He's just a special person. As we see McWade doing some strange things here in front of the commentary box. Thank goodness it's not on camera. I'm sure if we told Shepard, he'd certainly pick up McWade here, but there's no need for that, Shepard, if you're listening there. McWade, known by his children as the emoji or the sticker king. Every time you have a conversation with him on WhatsApp, it ends with about 13 stickers or emojis sent to you. None of them have any meaning or anything behind it. I think he
Just,
just clicks the top 13
just like emojis.
in the roller bank. No, he certainly does like an emoji. Wayne Parham looking to break this partnership that's been building nicely at the end of this second power play.
Oh, that's swift work there. A good effort there by the fielder at third man.
Incredible running between the wickets
Yeah,
between this pair. Mason Robinson only dealing in singles, but all of them, I would say, were quick singles.
yeah, it's getting the job done. So why change it?
I flicks it into the vacant mid-wicket area. Rory McWade will do the clean-up work.
White ball. The umpire stretches his hand out. Yesterday at this ground, actually, we had a great umpire, Billy Bowden, was here in his special form, showing off his wides and fours and sixes. Great entertainer is he.
And now ran into his counterpart, Steve Buckner, in the parking lot, and he was just having a couple words with us there.
Always telling a story.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It's
Always.
always if you're willing to give him your ear, he's willing to chew it off. Always a fascinating story in his back pocket, umpire Buckner.
Another
I'm
good
sure
thing.
Billy's much the same though.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so. Thank you.
Straight down the ground. The old long barrier coming out
Can't pass in there.
from Ian Harris. Those of you that have been involved with a junior coach in that long barrier, get down on that one knee, and create the L shape with your leg. That one driven nicely into the covers, but straight to the sweeper fielder. They'll trot through for a single. A positive over this for New Zealand, and that's going to be the end of the 30th and the second power play. We'll be back with you shortly as New Zealand currently 144 for 2 after 30 overs.
We're back here after the second water break with a 6 all the way. Mason Robinson with the maximum. That brings up the 150 also for New Zealand. Zimbabwe would be thinking this is not what they had planned before this game. Nick, any words?
No, no words. No, no words. I was hoping you were just going to keep talking. Now I'll chime in now after that delivery. Look, we spoke about it off air in the break that two things are going to happen. Zimbabwe need to take a wicket early on in this third power play, but that New Zealand are really going to try kick on and push the score, maybe even close to 250. It's 100 or 15 overs. It's quite difficult in over 60s cricket, but with 8 wickets in hand and the free-flowing bats of
Martin Pike.
Park and Robinson looking tidy at the wicket himself. Certainly on for something well over 200, yeah.
This partnership also should be inching towards 50. Oh, it's 26.
Oh,
No,
top
48
edge.
actually. 48.
That one looking like it came off the back of the bat, ramped up over the keeper's head. Maybe even too slow for the batsman. That should be the 50 partnership there.
Just off 40 deliveries. That's the second 50-run partnership back to back. Good going here by New Zealand as they continue to play positive. And it has worked for them throughout this game. You know, they came out from the first over, from the first ball. They had a positive mindset and they never let down. There were a few periods in the game, 3, 4 period over that, you know, they dug in, they got the singles, but they kept a positive mindset throughout the game and it's paying off. As we come to the end of the 31st over, score is now 154 for 2. 155, sorry.
Yeah, I think Zimbabwe will be slightly disappointed with the outcome of the two spinners in this game. Just maybe not landing the ball exactly where they need it to be. And if you're just slightly off your mark in this over 60s, the fear of going out is not there for the batsmen in over 60s cricket. So if it's not on the mark, they're willing to take the risk and play those big shots. The New Zealanders have just done it so well against the two Zimbabwean spinners.
Yeah, most definitely. It's a game of two halves, as we know. Someday you might have an off day on the field, but there's always the batting to come. It's a brilliant take there once again by the keeper. Off. Yes, full delivery onto the leg stop. Good start here by Wayne Parham. He'll be searching for a wicket. There's been so many runs that have been scored through that point and backward point region today. For some reason, Zimbabwe hasn't been able to stop that.
Wayne Palm, a blueberry farmer in
Oh,
Zimbabwe. Many, many acres of blueberry land. nicknamed John Dutton from the Yellowstone. He's very much has a cowboy look about him on the farm. That one drops slightly short. Batsman rocks back and pulls it too deep mid wicket. Kenyan Zeal just stands hands on hips and makes McWade come around from a sweeper on the leg side boundary.
Think that's a shot Craig Gibb was trying to play.
Just classic cricket there.
Yeah.
Good line and length from the bowler, driven down the ground by the batsman just for a single.
He hasn't looked tired at all, as Martin Pike. He's tempered his innings almost perfectly, I would say. Knowing his shot selection has been immaculate, I would say. He has went after the balls that was in his area. He's played to his strengths. So he's been good today. He'd
Okay.
be eyeing 100. Don't think there was 100 for the tournament yet. We'll have to check.
The viewers at home haven't picked up, Nicole. You certainly are one for the stats and quick to pull it out.
Yeah, yeah.
If they could see a picture of you, yeah, you've got your phone and you've always, looking at the scorecard of the different games, keeping up to date with what's happening. You know where all the stats are, top batsmen and bowling
My
performances in the tournament.
my senior commentator, Mr. Vinud Mamchan, called me the stats guy. I remember school cricket back in Trinidad and Tobago. I'm bowling on the field, 19 years old, and he's calling me the stats guy.
You were probably keeping the stats while in the field of everyone.
Always, always.
Just giving a shout there to the manual scoreboard. Hey,
Correct.
it's not 5 runs off that over, it was only 4.
It's one thing I always do. I always keep track of my bowling run. I mean, just last week I played a game. I think I bowled 4 overs for 15. When I came off the field, I saw 17. So I went to the scorer and I said, "Hey, are you sure it's 17?" I checked 15.
Every team has one of those players in it. To see one there whipped away to the leg side.
Get
Um,
two.
good run in there by New Zealand. It's almost looked easy for the New Zealand batsmen as they've come to the crease.
Yeah,
The two openers started really well, but that was due to some poor bowling up front from Zimbabwe. When things got better, though, in the bowling attack, when things got better, New Zealand still were able to find the gaps, or there, as we saw there, just a drop and run, keep the strike rate up above 4.5 and over. I think it dropped below 4.5 for only 3 deliveries the whole innings. And Zimbabwe will need a positive start like that later on. See one pulled away to the leg side. Tidy fielding out there on the boundary.
stops two. He saves 2 runs. And it's been the nature of the wicket. It's a bit slow, but it has been a really good wicket. We haven't seen much balls kick off the surface or stay low. So kudos to the ground staff and the city preparing a really good wicket here for this tournament. IMC over 60 World Cup. The nature of the wicket here. Once you spend time out there, it does get easier. And New Zealand batsmen, they are showing us exactly that. As we come to the end of the 33rd over, the score is now 169 for 2. Martin Pike leading the charge, 65 from 78. And Mason Robinson on the next end with a healthy strike rate, just over 100, 28 from 25. As Zimbabwe trying the most they can, switching bowlers, changing the field. They're searching for wickets, keeping the runs down. As the first time in a few overs, the run rate is back up over 5.
It just proves that this will be an achievable chase for Zimbabwe as long as they bat
Rotate the strike.
confidently and rotate the strike. I know it's something they also spoke about in their net session yesterday.
It's a wonderful shot there. One bounce over the boundary. Nearly clashing with our great cameraman, Sheppy. Good shot there by Mason Robinson. Takes the score to 173.
Actually think that was an opportunity for a catch there. Kenyan Zeal almost lost the ball and it bounced maybe a meter away from him just before the line.
Maybe with the cloud coverage in the back, picked it up a bit late.
So you're also a Khan stats man. That's what you are. So I can tell you for sure, Pops wasn't happy with that effort, and
Not at all. The fielding coach. That's 4 more swept away. New Zealand really dominating here at this point. He's up to 36 from 27 now. That's 8 runs and 2 ball. Wayne Parham, he will be looking to come back stronger in this over. Not quite ready yet.
this is when the bowlers usually slide that quicker one in now after that frustration of a batsman pulling out.
I haven't seen any of the bowlers try, any of the spinners to be specific, to bowl a bit slower. Most of the runs were scored through point. I think if they bowl a bit slower and get the guys straight back on the boundary, you can't have an opportunity for a catch. Exactly like that. I think the wicket taking opportunities have been when they played with a straight bat compared to the cut shots and the pull shots. So something to think about for the remainder of this game.
Great fielding there by Akers. Gets down low to his right, gets a big palm on that.
Stop 1 for sure. Could have gotten 2.
So you can see the effort still in the field for Zimbabwe. Just haven't been able to penetrate this batting lineup of New Zealand. This is a massive partnership building here now. Going down the ground
That's
in
4
Kenyan
more. Well
Zeal.
struck. That's 4 more to Mason Robinson as he races along to 41 of just 29 deliveries. As New Zealand inch closer to that 200-run mark. Just after 34 overs, the score is now 183 for 2.
14 off that over of Parham, an expensive over here in the latter part of the game. At this
Good
rate, that
punch.
250 is not unachievable. Basically, need to go just 7 runs and over to get there.
The highest partnership of the game so far, 80 from 60 balls. So they're going along really nicely.
And I think that's the difference, the 80 from the 60,
Yeah,
60 odd deliveries.
that's 8 runs and over. Catch
It's edge and it goes
and
straight to the skipper.
inside. And a wicket falls here for New Zealand. Zimbabwe gets the man. Third wicket fall, 183. Good catch there by the big man.
Greg McDonald, the captain. He's got a good pair of hands, a fantastic paddle player.
Oh,
Often plays against people many years his junior and dominates them. And only afterwards they ask, so how old are you actually? And then when he says 62, they find out he's maybe 15, 17 years older than them. And he's just wiped the paddle court with them. So paddle has become his greatest love in the sporting realm.
I'll tell you something here, Nick. If they can string together a few more wickets here, they can still restrict New Zealand to under 220. That's game on.
Yeah, I absolutely think so. And I feel that they'll take that as a win and a positive going back into the sheds for lunch just now. But there's still 10 overs of cricket here to go. The awkward bowling style there of Wayne Jones bowling off the wrong foot. Maybe just catching the batsman out. If it's not something you faced a lot, it's quite strange to the eye. Maybe just extracting a bit of extra bounce there, catching that top edge.
Good running there by these two. Chana Raparuma is a new batsman. He comes to the crease. A long wait he had before he came out there. With tight muscles walking in. He'd be looking to assist Mason Robinson on this onslaught. In the block hole there. Mason just takes it out. A lot of planes here at this ground. It's close to the airport. Skies are clearing up there behind us. Turning into not a bad day here at the Danville Park in Mississauga, Ontario. Good running here by these two. Mason Robinson calls for his helmet. Perhaps a fast bowler is coming in soon. Good change here by Zimbabwe. What do you think, Nick?
And cut in front of squared. The sweeper is there, McWade. Big arm coming from the boundary. Yeah, I think the change in bowling is good. I did wonder if they were going to consider bringing on McWade or Walton. Maybe just after that drinks break, try get a couple of early strikes. But the skipper maybe just trying to hold them on till the end. Maybe going with the thinking that pace on the ball means more pace to the boundary. They've got the big wickets of Martin Park. We're Raparuma, they're just showing a bit of bounce coming from the track. I think when you've been sitting on the side and you've been seeing batsmen make runs, you think it's going to be easy. And when you go out there, the ball just pops up early on in your innings, and all of a sudden things start to play in your mind.
Think with a new batsman at the crease, Zimbabwe has chance to string together a few dot balls also and get that run rate back down, maybe to even four. We look on to see how the game plays out at this point.
Looks like it's McWade back into the attack here. He'll be looking to start this second spell the way he ended his first. Was really accurate. Took that wicket as well, the opening wicket.
10 overs left to go in the game. With wickets in hand, yeah, New Zealand can afford to maybe push up boundaries at this point, or they still can't work around the ball for another 5 overs and then go guns blazing in the last five. Time will tell. Good effort there at fine leg. And this one would run away for four, indeed it does.
Just too many boundaries coming in this third power play. It is expected in a cricket game, but when you feel as a bowling side that you're a bit behind the eight ball, it's not what you want to happen. Very elegant leg glance there, but
Great bat swing is Chana Wiraparuma.
a name that when you read it, you think might be difficult to pronounce, but it really rolls off your tongue
Yeah,
nicely.
it
Must be a Trinidadian flair that you've got there.
Jack of all trades. That's a good shot there. Does it go all the way? As it goes all the way for 6 runs over mid wicket. Mason Robinson, and that's his 50. 51 from 34 balls. And that also brings up the 200 for New Zealand.
And you just knew when he walked into the wicket today, he just looked like he was going to be the man to make runs at a quick rate. And he goes
And he
again.
goes again. And that's for four this time. Stepped into another gear here is Mason Robinson. Taking the charge to Rory. 16 runs in this over. Maybe eyeing 250 here, Nick.
The run rate they go, and they could even surpass 250. That's a scary thought in your first World Cup game, and that's another four
That's
straight down
another
the ground.
4.
That is excellent batting. What the captain has to be wary of here is not to fall into the trap of chasing the ball. Sometimes the batsman just outsmart the bowler and just play excellent cricket shots, and you just got to doff your cap to it and say, well played. We're still going to stick to our fields. As long as the bowler sticks to the plan of the field set, then you can't really do much else as a captain. But you don't want to be chasing the ball around and moving fielders to where the previous shot has gone.
Definitely. I think they should just take a moment, take a minute or two and formulate a plan and stick to that plan for the remaining of this game. Just so that the game doesn't get away from them. You see he's now raising his bat here. A good knock by Mason Robinson so far. He's definitely not finished yet.
Well, Zimbabwe would like it to be finished. I can tell you that
I
for
can
sure.
tell you that too.
Yeah, that's a definitely maybe please. We did mention that if they brought their opening bowlers back on, that the New Zealanders might go over the speed, or after the speed rather.
It's well
Wayne
pulled and well played.
Jones.
Very anticlimactic was that ball. Stop edge. And that's a wicket. Pulled down is Mason Robinson. And that's a breakthrough there for Zimbabwe, and that's exactly what they needed. Maybe playing down the wrong line. But nevertheless, Wayne gets his man. As New Zealand, another wicket falls. 210 for 4 inside the 37th over. Zimbabwe is on the hunt and they're fighting back.
Yeah, but I think what you can see is there was no real excitement coming from the bowler or the players around the pitch. They're just a bit deflated from what's been happening.
More for relief than anything, right?
Yeah, and I can't see a scoreboard on the side of the field there, so I'm not sure they know how many runs New Zealand actually have, other than maybe when a player or a spectator walks around and just drops them a hint on the to the boundary fielders. And I can't decide if that's a good thing or not if they don't know that New Zealand are on 210 with many overs to go.
Not exactly out of their reach yet. I think two new batsmen at the crease at this point. We have it struck in the head there.
Did he top edge that into his nose?
Looks that
Just
way.
trying to see because it didn't look like there was a lot of bounce on that ball.
I think it came off his glove or something like that. Not sure. Well, we hope he's okay as he seeks some treatment. So we take a short break as he gets some treatment, and we'll join back as play resumes. Back here after a short interruption. It's well played there by the new batsman Dean.
Quite a few vice captains in this New Zealand
Yeah,
side.
just looking at that. Think Zimbabwe has a chance here to finish the game with a bit of momentum into their second innings. If they can finish this game pretty well, whether it be with a few wickets or just bowling tight, they can carry that momentum into their batting, which would be essential and very important in this run chase.
Well dug out there by the batsman. What will also create some havoc now is the left-right hand combination. You're tired, you've been in the field for 37 overs, and then a lefty walks in. As a skipper and a field inside, you certainly dropping your head and maybe grunting a bit.
Shake off ahead. Oh, missed chance there. Good hustle there by the square leg fielder. It's a good over so far in comparison to the previous 10 overs. A good comeback here by Zimbabwe. Straight to the big old McDonald.
One of the most humble men is the captain of Zimbabwe. Never ever talks about what he can and can't do on any sporting field.
Good over.
He's certainly the glue of this Zimbabwe side.
Oh,
He
good
has to
stuff
work.
there. Throws it in from the ground.
It was one of those decisions where do you dive and stop it or do you keep running and chase after the ball? Just the angle that it's at. Mm. He went for option number one.
Did good in the end. Set to come to the end of the 38 over. Score is now 214 for 4. Struck away down to backward square leg. They run one, they run two. This looks as though they're just letting the game play out at this point. No real intent, just ball and bat.
I think what did happen was those 2 wickets from Jones in the last couple of overs, big wickets, the guys who were really set and would have taken the score well over 250 pretty quickly, I feel.
Yeah, they've done their damage.
It's not always about how many wickets you take, but rather which wickets you take.
That's correct. Good hustle there by the keeper. Limit them to a dot.
And if Zimbabwe do end up victorious in this game, I think Jones taking those 2 wickets will be two
Most
key moments in the game that they'll reflect on.
most definitely. And he came in at a crucial time also, under pressure actually. See, once again, good over so far. Maybe hoping to close this off and maybe even get a wicket.
Now that's a good commentator's curse that the Zimbabwean fans would like to hear.
I wouldn't say you want to get hit for a boundary then. See,
You just
chance.
had to go and say something. There were 2 opportunities there, 2 fielders just clapping their hand as if they were going to catch it. Looked like it might go to the boundary, but the lush outfield, quite thick underfoot, as you mentioned, actors there on the boundary just doing the dirty work.
It's one ball to go in this over. Oh, chases on. Come back for two. The New Zealand batsmen, they ran well between the wickets throughout this game.
So Walton still has 4 overs to bowl. Feel maybe this is McWade's last. Quicker from McWade, driven straight down the ground to Kenyan Zeal mid on. Didn't notice, but it's a double Nelson. 222 for 4. So it's a catch opportunity. Kenyan Zeal puts it down. He almost took too long to come off the boundary there. Did Zeal? He had to come in a good 10, 15 meters, hesitate, and then at the last minute had to just
Something,
accelerate a bit. Looks
something's
like the
happened. Maybe he's retiring?
batsman going off. Is it, is it the same batsman that took the knock in the face, possibly?
He's
Oh,
limping, so maybe feeling a bit of discomfort in his leg.
he's showing a groin or thigh there. Now back to the drop catch there. Not something a bowler wants to see at the end of an innings, or actually ever. I'm sure, Nikhil, you as a bowler yourself, you said, how do you react when someone puts one down?
I have a deep breath and
You
a
must tell the
smile.
truth here, Nikhil. You must tell.
I have a deep breath and a smile.
I'm not talking about when you play in the back garden. When a game's on the line, I'm sure you don't have a deep breath and smile more, or a
It's
deep
not
breath and
it's not too pleasant at first.
some encouraging warning.
Some colorful words at times. But no one ever plans to drop a catch, so happens to the best of us.
The young age of 21, the philosopher is here next to us in the com box.
That's right. I've dropped quite a few this season, so I'm easy on the fielders.
Oh, it is the
Yeah,
truth.
dropped quite a few this season.
Yeah, it's always tough when you're a bowler and you give gears, but your hands let you down sometimes in the
It's
field.
very
So
true.
you have to be careful how you attack your fielders.
That's why as of lately I just smile. If I'm having a good season on the field, well, I don't want to see any drop catches. As my good friend Liam Mamchan would know, we don't drop catches over here. Knight has the new batsman that comes to the crease, Ken McKnight. After the 40 overs, 5 more to go. New Zealand is now 225 for 4. Ken McKnight on 0. And Chana Weerarapparuma is on 17.
Kenyan Zeal there missing that ball again, not picking it up early. Unfortunately, cricket is a cruel sport, and when you're having a not so great day in the field, the ball just seems to follow you.
Always following you. That's right. But when you don't want it to come to you, it comes to you nearly all the time. Well, you see the 41st over starting. The sun's out now. It's the best it's looked throughout the day. Showed up at the ground this morning thinking would have had a few showers.
Yeah, and yesterday when the Zimbabwe team were looking up the ground and the weather, it showed 70% rain,
Yeah,
and we thought for sure it was going to affect the game. Got to the ground this morning, rechecked it, 10%, and now the sun coming out. It's certainly turning into a beautiful day.
good old,
Slight breeze.
good old Canadian weather. And swept away. A good feeling day by Mr. McDonald. We have the support from outside here now. You have Mama Cell here supporting the guys, cheering them on from the sidelines. Exactly what they need. As this one is struck away for 6. We upper room is on the charge. Just
Absolutely.
4 overs to go. That's missing that one. He's kind of flown under the radar since he came to the crease. He's already at 25 of 16. Silent killer, they say.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
It's just almost so fluid out there. Oh, that one's dropped short. A massive edge. And direct hit. Kenyan Seal was awake and alive for that one. Maybe he just said, I've had enough of this ball trying to dominate me here.
You definitely speak about that after.
No, for sure.
Finished the 41st over. The score is 237 for 4. Should look forward to see how this game plays off. A dominating show by New Zealand thus far. Zimbabwe would have other plans as they close this innings off and start their chase. They're a fighting team without a doubt. They're not going down without a fight.
I think ideally, Zimbabwe would like to keep it under 250. It's just one of those mental scores in cricket. It
Yeah,
just seems very big. 249 seems about 20 runs less than 251.
that's true, yeah.
Andy Walton finally back into the attack. Was really economical in his first spell. Looked the most dangerous. Slower ball straight away from Walton.
Good take there by the keeper. He's been good today.
Yeah, JJ, John Jamison. So one of those 70-year-olds that love AI and IT and computers. He made a couple of songs with AI that he wrote and edited it with pictures and stuff, and some YouTube clips of the boys. And they play it on the bus every time we travel on the T bus. They play the different songs. It's got a reggae version, a country version, and I haven't heard the third version.
Can he sing as good as the AI?
John Jamison can do many things. I haven't heard him sing. Andy Walton can sing classical, really good singer. That one goes aerial, and that's going to be have to be picked up over the boundary ropes there by Rory McQuaid.
That's
It's
ball.
just smart batting. Nothing that New Zealand have done today, barring maybe one shot from Park early on in his innings, has been forced.
It's true, yeah.
Everything they've just patiently waited, and when the ball's been on their legs, they put it away. And I think if Zimbabwe are to chase down this total, they're going to have to bat very much in the same fashion. If there is a bad ball, it needs to go to the boundary.
And it has been simple, positive batting. They didn't force anything, as you said. They played to their strengths. Each player had their zone in which they were comfortable going for the boundary, and they executed well. Okay, there was still a lot of dots Zimbabwe bowled. They were at like 3 dots per over, but they ran twos, they ran ones, and they had a few big overs in between, which makes up for the dot balls. So it's a really good showing here by New Zealand in their opening game. It might be 3 overs behind. Looking at the time.
So I was looking at that as well. You have to take into account the two water breaks
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
15th and the 30th. And then there was that injury to the face. So you have to consider that. Then a batsman retired hurts. So I wonder the umpires if they'll be lenient on that or not.
Well cut away to that point region that had a lot of traffic throughout this day. Zui Rapperuma is back on strike. But let's fix it away to the cow corner region.
Well worked off the pads to the leg side. McWade works well to his left to get it.
Good throw into the keeper. You're
Yeah.
just content with getting singles at this point.
I don't think New Zealand will be frustrated with that. If you go in at 6 and over and still applying pressure onto Zimbabwe, you'll get over that 250 and march yourself closer to 260. As you
Good
mentioned, what
fielding.
they've been so good at is rotating that strike.
Might go away for 4. Good feeling there by Mr.
McDonald.
McDonald. That's really swift work. Yeah, saved a few runs here today. And that brings the 42 to over to an end. Score is now 248 for 4.
Now, I stand corrected, but I think this is the biggest total so far in the World Cup.
It just might be.
I think Wales, Pakistan were in the 190s yesterday. South Africa on the field behind us were 150 odd. They were chasing. I think that was against Canada. And you said the Sri Lanka
Like
emerging
140,
side was
160.
160 odd.
Yeah.
So it's just that West Indies game. I can't, didn't get the runs from that one.
Uh,
Oh, that is a beautiful shot. The
Wonderful
fielder's
shot
placed back
there.
on the boundary.
Oh, good fielding there by
And
McDonald
Gregor
again.
McDonald again putting his body on the line.
Yeah, this is indeed the highest scoring game.
You're not the only stat man in the house.
Well, actually, England scored 241 in a warm-up game against Canada.
To, that's a catch straight up there, and Peter Sands Thomas awkwardly taking that, almost losing his footing. Andy Walton gets a breakthrough. As a stats man, I'm surprised that you brought up a warm-up game. They don't count in the stats column. Just before that, New Zealand got 2 runs to the fielding yeah, in front of us to McDonald. That took them to their 250. So they reached that mammoth total of 250 that we mentioned. Maybe after the 15th over, after that good start, we thought, before the game, we thought 200 would be a good total. The way New Zealand started, we started whispering about a 250, but now it's become a reality. And it means Zimbabwe are going to have to bat properly to have a chance in this game. They're going to need partnerships. You said there were 250 partnerships in a row for New Zealand. Zimbabwe would have to have something of a similar vein.
I think about cricket, you can have a hard day out on the field, and then you go to bat and everything just clicks perfectly.
I can tell you who strolled to the crease now. The ex-Zimbabwean Mark van Staden. Played for Zimbabwe last year in Cape Town. He's made the switch of allegiances to New Zealand. And this will be a wicket that every man in red would want to take. One thing Mark will try not to is go out.
Oh, he gets off the mark, first ball.
You can see how frustrated that
The quick legs he has.
Walt's frustrated that they got Mark off on an easy single.
Yeah, they
The
won't.
two of them came to Cape Town together, flew back from Cape Town to New Zealand and Australia on the same flight, seated next to each other, and now today they play against each other. So it's quite a full circle moment for those two.
The wonderful game of cricket.
It's definitely a wicket that Andy Walton would want to take. As there's some cheers going up here beside us for the field behind England taking on Scotland. You mentioned that it's been quite quiet for an England-Scotland game. Looking for two. More good running from New Zealand. Said it's been quite quiet for an England-Scotland game, but it seems like all the fans, buses have arrived now.
Picking up now, a bit of atmosphere here at Danville Park. The
Mate,
sun is out. The spectators are in.
I think the 10 a.m. game just a bit early for some of the spectators. Andy
And
Walton
he's
appealing and
out.
gets a second. It's not the wicket he would have wanted, but he'll take the wicket nonetheless.
Wickets coming a bit too late here for Zimbabwe. They would have liked these wickets to come maybe 20 overs earlier, but they will take it nevertheless. The atmosphere here built at Danville Park. My producer, Ida Mamchan, gets ready for his coffee. His,
Maybe a coffee and a smile there.
yeah, his caffeine reader is a bit low right now.
I heard yesterday there was a bit of a barbecue happening next to you guys here, so maybe he's just missing the sounds and smells
Yeah,
of that happening.
there was some
Very mundane atmosphere uh, around today.
drums and barbecue.
For those listening in Zimbabwe and South Africa, barbecue like a bra.
A bra.
A bit more vocal now coming from the Zimbabwe captain here in front of us
Was
and
trying to rally his
plays around
troops.
the bat.
Yes. Zimbabwe getting a bit of momentum here, which is always good going into the second innings. As the 44th over comes to an end, the score is now 254 for 6. Coming to the crease here, Martin Pennyfather. And the guy on strike. Mike. Would be the last over here in the first innings of this game. Bit of a yes or no. They gotta run off the first ball. Win. Guy with 2 wickets. The pick of the bowlers here today, I would say. Guy chosen to finish this inning. That slug swept away, and that will go all the way for 4. Wonderful shot there by Martin Pennyfather. There's been a dominant showing here by New Zealand. Take the score up to 259 for 6. With 4 balls left to go in the 45 overs. I think at this point here, Zimbabwe is just trying to get through this half. Not much support going around the ground. Our defense and they hustle for 1.
Almost looked like the batsman had played that shot before we
Yeah,
even got there.
he was forward from way early.
Planted that foot. A lot of ground crew around here to our left. Do they know something about the weather that we don't?
Yes, we think to maybe rule the wickets. Hard working ground crew here at Danville Park. Short ball outside off stump. That's cut away to the sweeper boundary.
Started cracking it. That thick grass just holding it up. You really have to hit it the majority of the way in the air for it to race away to the boundary. Yeah, starting down the ground again. McDonald has work to do
Oh,
to
good
his right.
effort there. I think he stopped it. But that's a really good effort there. And that brings the end of the 45 overs. New Zealand finishes off their first innings on 266 for 6. Had opening the batting Craig Gibb on 40. Then came Richard Calkin, 22. Martin Pike, 66. Then Mason Robinson, 59. Then came Chana Weeraparuma, 31. Dean Askew on 7. Retired Hurt. Then had Ken McKnight, 12. Mike van der Staden, 7. And Martin Pennyfather on 5. Will join us back here in 30 minutes or so as the second innings resume.
Welcome back to the second innings of the first game for both these national teams. New Zealand taking on Zimbabwe at the IMC Over 60s World Cup, hosted in Canada this year. For many of you who think Canada is only a cold country, I can confirm the last couple of days have been really warm. Perfect conditions for cricket. Slight breeze today. We did expect a lot of rain. It cleared up overnight, and it's turned out to be a fantastic day for cricket. And the New Zealand side showed that, scoring 266 runs for 6 wickets in their allotted overs in the first innings. I'm not alone in this broadcast. Alongside me, I have the stat man. Nicole, tell us who would be the happier of the two teams in your opinion after that first innings?
I think New Zealand definitely, they were dominant from the first over. They got off to a flying start and they just maintained that pressure onto the Zimbabwe team. They rotated the strike well, they got boundaries oftenly, and they had a good few 50-run partnerships plus. Nevertheless, Zimbabwe would be looking to chase his score down. The fighting nature of the team, as you see this, is cut away from this heavily trafficked point region throughout the game as they come back for two. The exciting one at hand today, as we see the first over comes to an end for 2 runs. So not a bad start here for both teams.
Yeah, very subdued from Zimbabwe, but I was fortunate enough to hear some of the conversations when I went past the sheds there. They were actually happy with New Zealand being 70 for one after 15. They weren't as stressed as I was here in the com box, and they took the next one as well, 70 odd runs. Just the last 15 overs went for about 120, and that was a bit expensive. Couple too many boundaries. The talk is that you just need to keep your wickets. The longer you stay out there, the easier it is. We saw all the new batsmen struggle with the variable bounce. But the pitch really settles down once you've stayed in there. Also, being the second innings, the pitch has seen a full 45 overs of cricket. It will be a lot flatter, a lot easier to bat on. The sun is out now, baking the pitch. Clouds have mostly disappeared compared to what we saw this morning. So the conditions really favorable for the batsman now.
And you see, once you spend time out there, it does get way easier. I think the batsmen from Zimbabwe, they could take a template or page out of the New Zealanders book and just basically just bat exactly like them. Bat to their strengths and navigate the weaknesses. You see Kusal starting there, off spinner, good start. A bit different from the left unorthodox from Zimbabwe. Kusal Eriagama is looking for an outward swing, some away movement with the drift. There's a slight breeze across the ground. He may look to slow a few up and get it through the gates, exactly like that. As they get along for 1 run. Bit of an appeal.
What I can tell you is that batsman doesn't slide his bats. He's certainly going to be out, and quite a careless run there from Ian Harris. Needs to make sure he slides that bat. That's something that they teach you in elementary or primary school.
Yeah,
You know, one of the first things they teach you as a batsman: slide your bat into the crease.
would have been a silly mistake there if he was out. That's the last thing they would have wanted.
This is a great start here by the spinner of New Zealand. Really is keeping it tidy. Kusal looks like a very fit bowler as well.
Yes. A good start here by New Zealand so far. Zimbabwe batsman just getting into the game.
That one punched through the covers by Parham. Blind turn by the opener.
I've seen majority of these guys, they turn blind. Not sure if this
Yeah,
is,
it's not a textbook cricket. You wouldn't want a
yeah.
youngster watching this and saying, this is how I want to bat. But I'm sure the word that will come when I mention this in the team bus later is, Nick, we have the experience. We know that it wasn't easy too, so we don't have to look. I'm all about the basics and the fundamentals, though, in team sports.
Turned out to be a wonderful day here at Danville Park. After 2 overs, Zimbabwe are 5 without loss. Quiet run rate, just over 6 throughout this chase. Just outside off stump. Cut away to point. So there's a deep third man in place. Not sure if the ball will carry all the way there.
They obviously know something we don't about this opening bowler, that they've got this deep third man.
Wait and see.
Straight to the fielder, but a run taken. Again, Harris caught ball watching.
Got to stand there.
So now as a field inside, you need to be alert. Every time there's a run, throw towards the side where Harris is running, and you a run out opportunities on the cards.
They will be targeting him. It looks that way.
That would just be cricket IQ to do that. Any way possible to get those 10 wickets. The thing about running between the wickets is those quick singles. We'll see a appeal turned down by the umpire. Those quick singles, if you don't commit fully to it, you're always giving the field inside a chance. So if you're going to take it, you might as well just put your head down and run, slide your bats in on the other side and hope not to direct hit in an appeal.
Looks as though he got stuck on the front foot there in that last delivery. That's driven through the covers.
That will run away. I'm sure it had a lot of power behind it.
Close to the boundary. They come looking for tree.
That's great
That's
running by
good running.
Parham, calling through Ian Harris. Running to the danger end there was Parham. Oh, whoa, they were talk of what there.
Maybe preserving some energy. Long game ahead. Not a bad over. Just 4 runs from it.
Yeah, after 3 overs, New Zealand were 18 for the loss of no wicket. Zimbabwe 9 for the loss of no wicket. So double the score, but because it's early doors, you don't really see it as
Yeah.
they they're twice as far ahead. Zimbabwe will be happy not to have lost a wicket in the first 3 overs. They'll probably want this partnership to go as deep as possible, and then allow their next batsman just to come in freely and play expressive cricket. What you don't want to do as a batting side chasing a total is to lose your two in-form
Oh,
batsmen, as we see Ian Harris play one
exactly. You
straight back.
called it, Nick.
I think I actually think that is Parham. Wayne Parham played it straight back. to the bowler. And New Zealand lost their wicket, their first wicket, the same way, caught and bowled, playing it in the air, straight back.
Good catch.
The bowler was never going to miss that. Kusal,
As we were talking about before, most of the chances are coming with a straight bat. So
yeah, and in strides, Andy Walton now. He'll be a key component in this run chase. He's very good at building an innings. I
Zimbabwe
think,
will be looking at him definitely.
like every good batsman, he gets a bit nervous in the beginning, but once he gets past, I'd say about 10, 15 runs, he really looks to just knuckle down and build it. And then, as well as his bolter innings, he's really good at accelerating it at the end. So we had a fantastic tournament down in Cape Town last year. In the 4 matches, I think he scored 400 and something runs, couple centuries.
A lot of runs.
Yes.
I might take 2 seasons to score 400 runs.
Well, you did mention you were a bowler at first, so is this your
Sometimes
way
I'm
of saying you're a middle order batsman?
sometimes I'm at 11, sometimes I'm at number 1. That's how the cookie crumbles over here. Long forward first ball.
The timing of Walton's bats is also something you'll enjoy as a cricket fan. It just seems to come so sweetly off his bat. So sometimes you don't even hear the connection. It's so soft.
A good start here by New Zealand. They definitely would have liked to have early wickets starting this second innings. And badly lined. They come back for 2. 53 runs.
New Zealand trying to apply pressure through their field placing, all the fielders in the ring really coming in tight, making sure the batsman can see them in front of his eye line. Just a smart move there by the skipper to place those fielders there.
A bit
Well,
flatter on that occasion.
Andy Walton, one of those players that just loves to bat, could just bat all afternoon. Says he'd rather be batting there in the middle than sitting on the side watching other people do it. So
He don't
takes
score
real
runs in the pavilion, as they say.
takes real good care of his wicket. Very competitive, as I'm sure all of these gentlemen are in the over 60s World Cup. You don't play cricket over the age of 60 if you're not competitive and want to have a good time with your mates on and off the field.
So a ball, it's way better by Kusal. It brings the photo over to a close. Zimbabwe are 15 for 1. Chasing 252 needed. Well left there by Ian.
An interesting position Yeah, just square of the wicket.
Looks like a gully on a full slip. Very square gully, I would say. It's not a bad field, seeing that they have been opening the face of the bat.
No, it's a really well set field. It beats the first one, but the second one is there. Those fielders almost overlapping each other.
And if you get it a bit straighter, there's another guy in front. The ring of fielders on the offside. On the leg side, there's only a square leg and a mid on.
Again, and straight to that fielder you mentioned there in front.
Yeah. Half chance there. They will get two as it runs close to the boundary. Just teases the boundary rope. And that's two more to the total. That brings the fifth over to an end. Zimbabwe are now 17 for 1. This stage, New Zealand was 29 without loss. Not that far off in the context of the game, but time would only tell as this game plays about. Well bowled once again.
Walton almost can't believe that wasn't given a wide.
Well played there by Andrew.
So game is on interesting poise at the moment. But New Zealand field is creeping in so much. There's a lot of space over the top. Do you take the risk early on, or do you just wait for them to eventually spread that field out? But you don't want to get too far behind the eight ball with not being able
Oh,
to rotate strike if you keep finding the field.
I think that's the difference we've seen so far with the guys from New Zealand and the Zimbabwe batsmen. The guys from New Zealand are pretty positive in their approach. They wasn't scared to hit the ball firmly through the gaps or over the field. Perhaps without risk, Zimbabwe can try to do that with correct shot selection. It's well driven. Can't find the gap. The gaps on the offside are really, really small. They've plugged those gaps on the offside. Maybe he can bat on an off stump to access that leg side or even access straight back, unless he has plans otherwise.
That will race away to the boundary for four. Just spun on the
Welcome
spot
runs.
there. It's coming off the face of the bat. It's just a real sweet sound when he times it nicely off that willow. I think he was telling me it's the same bat, at the same company that makes bats for the players in the Big Bash.
Oh,
So it really is a nice. The pickup on that bat is beautiful. So for any cricketers listening out there, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. When you pick up that a cricket bat and it just feels almost weightless in your hands.
I always have this conversation with my batting friend. I tell them bowlers need better bats than batsmen, 'cause we need all the help we can get. They always argue the point that
Yeah,
they use it more. I say if you
yeah.
use it more, you should be able to use anything. But us
I
bowlers,
actually
we
I like that argument a lot. I've never understood why the bowlers who come in at the end aren't sponsored decent pieces of willow either,
yeah,
because often you need to make that 20, 30 runs to win the game.
we need the best bat.
Yeah. And the top order batsman gets so many bats anyway, they could just donate one or two out to the bottom order.
And batsmen are the most stingy with their bats. Oh my. Cricket. As you see, Scott runs in again. Just outside off stump. I think Andrew Walton there. He just trying to negotiate where his corner areas are at this point. If he flashes a bit too hard, there's three guys there just waiting on a catch. So just negotiating where his corner areas are. Or he can hope for misfields like that.
Yeah, Zimbabwe don't want to fall into the, how do you say, the knot of a false security and feel like they're doing okay because they haven't lost wickets, but they need to still score runs.
Before you
It's
know it, the
vital.
run rate will be close to 7, 8. So after 7 overs, the score is now 23 for 1. Andrew Walton on 7 and Ian on 4.
Oh, Ian Harris.
Kusal continues. Kusal Erigama. That's positively hit onto the leg side. Just one bounce over the boundary for 4. A good shot there by Andrew Walton.
More shots like that, though, will force the skipper to put out the extra fielders, which will then allow space in the ring for
Yeah,
those singles.
most definitely. It may also force a bowling change. So,
And that's the risk we were speaking about 2 overs ago.
yeah.
It's certainly needed. You can't just afford to keep finding the fielder in the ring. It's tightly compacted ring. The angle set by the bowler and captain have been fantastic so far. And
May have
Walton.
been a bit too close to the fielder than he would have liked, but
Yeah, we have got a big tree on our right
yeah,
here, and all of a sudden there's a New Zealand fielder popped out. This time he goes straighter.
he
That's much
goes
better
again.
cricket. Playing in the V,
He'll run away for
couple
4.
bounces to the boundary for four.
Good going here by Andrew Walton with positive batting. You did say his timing was the strength of his game.
He's very how they say, like textbook. So you could really watch him for hours and just it's quite a art.
Easy
He
on the eye.
he makes it look beautiful. So he makes it look easy, and then you go out there and it's not doesn't work the same. The mechanics. See straight away New Zealand now have got three fielders
Yeah.
out. from those two boundaries, and then it allowed them to push for that easy single, where earlier that would have gone straight to that man in the ring. So it's good
Before you
cricket
know it,
IQ.
that's 9 runs in the hole already. This is good going here by Zimbabwe. Oh,
What a
good
catch! You can't believe it. Ian Harris finally timed one off the face of the bat. One hander low to the left.
He'll be up all night thinking about that dismissal. The wonderful catch. Catch of the day, Nick?
No, most certainly so far. Hopefully no more catches though. Zimbabwe don't want to lose all their wickets in this run total. Really need to try chase it down. Walton will be a key man. Ian Harris, he's been in form lately, so that's a big loss for Zimbabwe. I think it will be Wayne Jones that will come in next. My apologies. It's Rory McWade coming in at number 4. Usually comes in at 5, does McWade. So what you can expect from McWade is a big power hitting game, but what his main attribute is as a batsman is he's running between the wickets. He loves to turn a 1 into a 2 and a 2 into a 3. So he'll look to run. Walton is very fit as well, so he doesn't mind the running with McWade.
I think this is the partnership they would need here to get to that total.
So you feel like if these two stay in for a good 10, 15 overs, they could easily go at 6, 7 and over without even hitting a boundary. That's how good their running is between the wickets. They both like to call clearly.
I ball down the leg. Ayagama has strayed down the leg a few times with his spell so far. Maybe starting the ball a bit too straight to get that outward drift. That's way better. That brings the 8 over to an end. Zimbabwe losing their second wicket. The score is now 33 after 8. Rory McQuay in a knot and Andy Walton. Yeah, Andy Walton.
Yeah, full name Andrew. You'll like that you're calling him that.
Like the name Andrew. Andrew Walton. He will be on 16.
Bit of a hack out of nowhere there
Yeah,
by Walton.
ag- against the run of play there, I would say.
Oh, it makes me nervous when batsmen try to do that and there's a big run chase and still many overs.
It looks as though he's in his zone.
That's better by Walton. Head over the ball. I think there's a big difference between the last hack shot and the two well-timed shots over the top earlier. That one looked a bit forced, where the others just naturally came. The flow was there.
And we see how New Zealand bat. They didn't have to force anything. They just waited and the ball came to them. Zimbabwe, that's exactly what they need to do. That's well played and well bowled. And
McWade
cut
powers
away.
it through the covers.
Would run close to the boundary, but they will only get two.
That's smart cricket from the batsman there. They just wanted to test the fielder's arm, so they pretended like they were going to turn for a third, and the fielder had to whip it in quickly. Now they know
They
when
can't
it
run.
goes to that fielder, they can't run to him, but they need to test every fielder and then be alert who is where on the field. So really good. They had no intention of running that third. It was more just to draw out that quick arm and see if he had the power to throw it in from the boundary. You can see as soon as Walton's on strike already, the field just starts to spread. Two men straight behind the bowler's arm.
They
One
would know him, certainly. A
it's
good
a
shot.
full
Oh,
toss, one bounce straight to the fielder,
that was struck with some power down the ground.
Mark van Staden.
You want to drink up?
Good calling, good arm there, but good run between the wickets from the New Zealand Zimbabwe batting pair rather. The New Zealand fielder there nearly caught out by the spin of the ball. Rory picks it up, makes it a full toss on the bounce.
There's good positive batting here from these two.
You know, a tactic that Zimbabwe could use with the two New Zealanders running up and down and the changing of the batsman. If they just keep rotating the strike,
Yeah,
put some miles in the legs of those fielders, and if they have to come do a job with the ball later, they won't be as fresh,
maybe a bit
and then it
fatigued.
will be an opportunity to attack the bowling change. You have to think about that as a batting pair. If you're not a left, right hand batting, how else can we make them tired and have to change their field? Oh, that's just great cricket.
And they're not that far off compared to New Zealand in the first innings. After 10 overs, Zimbabwe are 40 for 2 compared to New Zealand. They were 44 for 1. So they're motoring along. Game is pretty much in the balance.
And also effortlessly from Zimbabwe in the beginning, it looked It looked like they were just getting stuck in a trap, but those two shots over the top from Walton really just forced the field back, and then they were able to find more space in the inner ring. That one drops short. McWade rocks back and pulls it backward of square. That will certainly race into the boundary, and the Reeds might take a couple of minutes to find that ball.
See Scott here back on the search for a wicket. Few more wickets here, and that will be a different ball game for this contest. As cut away through the offside. They will get two. It's good going here by the guy from Zimbabwe.
No real footwork there from McWade, but all shoulders and forearms through that delivery.
Oh, that's the third wicket down. Just trying to go across the line, getting a leading edge, straight to short mid wicket, and the third wicket falls for Zimbabwe. Sorry, that's 3 wickets down in the 11th over. The score is now 46 for 3. That's not what Zimbabwe would have wanted. Just as a partnership was building, New Zealand gets that breakthrough. Pretty much sums up the day Zimbabwe has been having. Just as things about to go right, something goes the other way. It's a long game, 45 overs. New batsman comes to the crease in the form of Wayne. He'd be looking to spend some time out there with Andrew and bring the game as close as possible.
Yeah, a real unfortunate loss of the wicket of McWade there. Just as you mentioned, things were starting to look positive for Zimbabwe. The running between the wickets was good. They were getting a couple boundaries. Now 46 for 3 after 10. This really puts them in a difficult position. This batting pair need to go deep, at least to the 30th over, you'd think.
Well played.
Worries me. They just came in to face the first ball and planted that foot down the wicket.
Hey,
Again, they're almost
yeah,
in the defensive shot
he's
before the
coming
bowlers
forward
released
really
it.
early. And LBW is on.
Shows you the nerves.
wickets were left there by the new batsman. That brings the end of the 11th over. The score is now 46 for 3. Scott picking up a wicket in that over. His figures: 1 wicket, 22 runs, 6 overs. There's about 5 overs left till the first water break. It's a good shot. Straight to the fielder, and that's the 4th wicket. The danger man, Andrew Walton, falls for 18 runs. Kusal Eriagama, I think that's his 3rd wicket here today. He's been a pick up the bowlers, putting the ball in the right areas. Another one falls for Zimbabwe. That's exactly what they didn't want. Complete domination here by New Zealand. Then that shot definitely wasn't called for. That's 2 more wickets, and it could be an early day here, Nick.
I don't really know what to say, so standing here quietly. It's not. It wasn't smart cricket there from Andy Walton. The New Zealand team had pushed the 2 fielders back after they saw his earlier array of shots. He just needed to punch that one down the ground, wait for them to bring those fielders in again, then go over the top. He's a classy batsman, but unfortunately, the New Zealand side worked him out there. And if you told them before the game that you can have his wicket for 18 runs, they would have shaken your hand and run very quick. Just comes
Kusal
at the
Eriagama into his 6th over. 3 wickets for 24 runs. He'll be eyeing a 5-wicket haul here today. Looks as though it's getting a bit of spin into the wicket now. I would say it's like a day 2 pitch now, seeing that a lot of overs was played on it yesterday. And using the same wicket here today,
every
there
test
would be a bit of spin now.
every test match I've seen. Day 2 is a great day for batting.
If it's prepared for a test match. Trying a bit too hard here is Kusal.
If New Zealand do happen to roll Zimbabwe, they'll be putting up their hands for serious contenders to take this tournament out. It was a
Most definitely, it's
complete
been a
performance with
dominating
the bat.
performance.
They really showed that partnerships is the way to go in over 60s cricket. Two partnerships in a row, over 50 runs each, 2 set batsmen throughout the innings.
Right, early wickets, the key.
Yeah, that was just the batting and the bowling. They've field placing has been excellent. They
Yeah,
really squeezed Zimbabwe early on, and then that allowed them to take those early wickets and just put extra pressure on. You feel if Andy Walton was there and the score was 50 for 1, he wasn't going to play that shot over the top. So feel that pressure.
it's a good over here for New Zealand. Closing off the 12th over. The score is now 47 for 4. New Zealand going in for the kill right now.
Worked backward of square. I'll just come through for the single. I'm sure the talk in the Zimbabwe sheds now will be we need to just bat out our overs, bat as deep as possible, and see how close we can get to the total with maybe 8 or 9 overs to go, and then try and make a run chase of it.
The summit's been in Canada so far. There's been a lot of rain. It's a fairly long tournament also, so you never know if rain or net run will play a factor coming down to the end. So getting skittled out for 100, that's no good. So they need to continue batting overs, as you said, get as close as possible.
Ah, he did not slide his bat. You'll never believe it. We spoke about it earlier. I'm very sure if we watch the replay of that, he was there. He just didn't slide his bat over the line.
So our producer can see if we can get a replay of that.
It's just such frustrating cricket for the bat inside. It's an early call, caught ball watching. Has to get on his bike. He's there, but no slide of the bat.
Oh, maybe if he slide his bat in, we'll put some doubt in the umpire's mind. Poor cricket from guys from Zimbabwe, I must say.
That brings the local man from Vancouver, Warren Ackhurst. As some of the public around us get cell phone calls.
What's that?
49 for 5. This is definitely not what Zimbabwe would have spoken about
Yeah,
at the lunch interval. It's probably exactly what New Zealand would have spoken about, minus 2 wickets. I think they would have been happy with 49 for 3, and it would have been a good goal for them after the 15. But
yeah, I think they would have planned for 2 wickets for the first 15 overs, something along those lines, but they would take this any day of the week.
well, certainly on a Tuesday in Toronto. Comes down the
That's well
track.
played. A bit of footwork there.
Cosal's been excellent with the ball, though, for New Zealand. He just has such an easy rhythm into the crease.
Despite straying along the leg a few times, he has been bang on target here today, picking up wickets at regular intervals.
The quicker one.
But I would say, though, he has been gifted a few wickets. He has worked hard, but I think the batsmen, they have just gifted their wickets away. But that's what pressure does. They take nothing away from guys from New Zealand.
Yeah, it's going to be a quiet bus trip home for some players from Zimbabwe. Back to the hotel.
Good hit. Keeper bounces into the boundary, and that's 4 more.
So I've seen Warren Ackers play a couple times in Harare last year. And he only knows how to play one way, and you've just seen it. So he's either going to score a lot of runs quickly, or he's going to go out quickly.
He's going to
But
play his game.
he's not yet to ask any questions and stay around for the long haul. So Zimbabwe might be 100 for 5 in a couple of overs, or maybe 60 odd for 6. He's a very clean striker of the ball, though.
Dropped the 2 guys straight back to the boundary. Oh, good catch! Wonderful catch there! Contender for catch of the day, definitely.
Oh, I'm not sure that one-hander to the left.
That's a sharp catch.
Question is it the same fielder?
Look like 20 years younger there, Nick.
It's impressive what you see here on the field. I think if I had to dive like that, I'd still be getting up slowly, holding my back and my ankles.
I know a few 20-year-olds that wouldn't be able to catch that one.
You spoke about you dropping some catches,
Yeah.
it's okay. But into the middle strolls John Jamieson, the wicketkeeper batsman. Usually opens the batting, but they decided today just to drop him down the order in case something went wrong.
Maybe
Takes
he
his
did that.
time in the middle, but loves to bat. So it will be interesting to see how he takes this on. 56 for 6 after 14. New Zealand dominating this first round fixture for these two sides.
He's gone in the driver's seat here today. They've been in control throughout this game. They'll be looking to finish this as soon as they can. Probably play a bit of rugby after.
Oh, a little bit of rugby. I like that question. There's a big series happening soon between New Zealand and South Africa, down in South Africa. And I'm sure the Kiwis and the Protea veterans and the Zimbabweans will look for a local pub to go watch that game in 2 weekends' time, 22nd of August. That will be some more banter between the cricket sides of talk about rugby.
Most definitely.
Sometimes in cricket. Yeah, the first test match is the 22nd of August. The Protea veterans, the Zimbabweans and the New Zealanders will be looking for a pub to watch that game together. Bragging rights and all of that. Opening ceremony, it was all discussed. Some of us at the opening ceremony Nicole were watching the Springboks play Argentina on a cell phone.
Right. Oh, Ebola. Interesting action here. Oh, yeah. Ebola Andrew. Very interesting action. He'd be looking to create more pressure as Kusal Ariagami will be looking to get his 5 wicket haul before his total quota of overs is finished. And swept away. He should get 4 more there. The outfield is a bit heavy. Looks like it's 4 more. And 4 it is. Good shot there by Kenyon. Who knows, Nick? Who knows?
Zimbabwe will always dream. We always believe we're in with a shot. As long as you're there in the 45th over, that's what they've been telling each other in the build-up to this game.
So left. They're actually on par with the score compared to New Zealand at this stage. New Zealand was 63 for 1. Zimbabwe is 59 for 6. So not that far off. Just lost too many wickets. As we take a break for drinks, Zimbabwe 59 for 6. The pick of the bowlers, Kusal Ariagami, 4 wickets already. As we join you back after the drinks break. And we're back here after the water break. Kusal Iragama on search for his 5-wicket haul. Straying a bit down the leg. Swept away for 2. As a bowler myself, when you're on 4 wickets, getting that 5th one is always the hardest. Getting that 5th wicket, outing the number 9, 10 or 11, pretty much always the hardest wickets to get.
Oh, is that how you get your 5-wicket hauls? Take it down 10 and 11.
That's the hardest wickets to get.
It's because they bat so unconventionally
Yeah,
that your good ball maybe gets hit away, and then your bad ball, they're not sure what to do with it.
that's a trick, I guess.
Oh, it's a peel, and
Out,
there
and
it
that's
is.
5 for Kusal Iragama. 5 wickets for 33 runs. Zimbabwe in more trouble here, 62 for 7. As New Zealand go in for the kill. Struck in front, trying to play the sweep shot. Umpire said yes straight away.
And here comes the skipper. Greg McDonald loves to paddle the ball around the corners and manipulate the field behind square. It will be interesting to see what tactics he adopts here.
Did a lot of work on the field today, is McDonald.
Just a classy sportsman.
New Zealand would be looking to end things quickly and have a beverage after. And make full use of this amazing weather that we've been blessed with here today.
I think New Zealand have played so well, they should only drink water after this game and make sure that they're ready for the next one. Really has just been a dominant performance, though, by the men in black and grey. Zimbabwe will do well to. Zimbabwe will do well to soon forget this result.
Oh, that's long forward is McDonald. That's the end of another good over by Kusal Iragama. 5 for 33 in his 8th. Zimbabwe are now 62 for 7 after 16.
Sure, when these Zimbabwean players get back to the hotel and check their phones, they'll only have words of encouragement in messages and phone calls from fellow players that didn't make the tour inside or were unable to come, in the likes of Kevin Shadwell. He really was the spirit of the team in Cape Town, and Harare, the ex-manager of the side, Graham Smith, as well as Sean Shugs Lawler, all individuals that played a big part in this team over the last 12 months.
Learning about the players on the Zimbabwe team, without a doubt, they will make a comeback. They're all fighters, as I've learned. So just about taking the positives from this game and improving on what they did wrong. They did win 10 out of the 11 last games, so perhaps it's just an off game for them.
No, yeah, certainly has been an off game, and maybe even if they don't want to learn from what went wrong here, they can just block this game out of their minds for the rest of the tournament and write it off as it's a once off. This is not their natural style. They usually don't concede so many runs with the ball and with the bat. It's very rare that they capitulate to a score of 62 for 7 after 16 overs. So
And another one down. There goes the 8th wicket. Andrew gets his first in his second over. Zimbabwe now 62 for 7.
okay, we have a very experienced batsman in the likes of Greg McDonald, the skipper, and he'll be welcomed or welcoming rather Peter Sands Thomas Bonk to the crease. Bonk previously batted number 11 and stayed in the number 11 position. Whenever he was promoted, it was to 10, and he used to get excited.
I
Over the
understand that.
last, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think we both do. I also bat in the box for my team, and over the last 6 or so months, he underwent a bit of an eye operation. Is able to see more clearly out of his one eye now, and he's
So I
made
think
a
he could be promoted to number 9.
so he's made a couple runs. So the
Yeah,
joke has been they can push him up to 8 or 9 in a club game the other day. They had him batting at number 4 and 5, and he made a 50. So, like you've been saying, you just need the opportunity
yeah.
and the right willow in your hand. So he'll be thriving on this. A very anxious batsman though, so he'll be walking all over his crease, and the skipper, cool, calm, and collected, just have to keep his fast bowler there steady under the pressure. What these two will be aiming to do, though, is just to work 5 overs at a time without losing a wicket. Hopefully, get to the 40th over within distance of a chance, and then maybe look to explode. As I say that, McDonald says we're having none of that, Nick. We're going to bat the way we always
Earth
do.
goes close to the boundary here.
What what McDonald will try to do though, Nikhil, is he will look for the runs. He won't just go into his box and play defensively. He will still feel like there are runs on offer and he needs to make them. I just
Yeah,
love his style of batting and how calm he is under all situations.
like Bola Kusale Regament is last over. That struck away. It should run down to the boundary. That's 4 more.
I'm a big fan of the way that the skipper bats. I've always asked him, please push yourself up the order. He he often just allows other players, to go in front of him, especially if they're in a dominant batting position. which they have been in the last 11 games, only losing that one game, as mentioned.
That's well forward.
A big appeal. He needs to motor. Here comes the throw.
Oh, that's the end of Kusal Eriagama's spell. 5 wickets, 39 runs, 9 overs. He really took the game away from Zimbabwe, taking those 5 wickets out of the 8. He's going to pick off the bowlers here today, bowling his 9 consecutively.
Yeah, fantastic bowling spell there, Mark Kusel.
That's well forward. There is McDonald.
I don't know what it is about the side of the wicket, but everyone wants to plant that front foot early. There must be some demons in the pitch that I missed.
Oh, a bit of that's a wonderful ball. That's pushing about middle off, spinning past the outside edge. It's a wonderful ball there by Andrew. Bit short, got away. That's well bowled again. Don't think we've seen a maiden for the day.
McWade. Rory McWade might have got one, but it was just when there was a glitch in the system. So I even went back on the YouTube link to go have a look and couldn't pick up how that over went. But
Perhaps
Kusal
Andrew.
was on for a couple and then
Yeah,
just let a single go at the end a few times. But he'll take that with his 5 wickets.
any day. That's the first maiden possibly of the day.
Yeah. There you can see what I mean by anxious batter. It's coming down the wicket. And this to their old mate Mark van Staden.
Well played once again. All hands there, my Peter.
You can see he's still just shaking that hand from that fielding incident he had. I
Yeah,
saw him at the lunchtime break. He had a big ice pack on it. So something's obviously not right in that hand of his. That'll be a big problem for Zimbabwe going into the tournament further along in the weeks. As mentioned, it's quite a long tournament, so you're going to have to rotate your bowlers and make sure everybody's fit and ready when selected.
rest and recovery would be important. Good going here by New Zealand. These two have been out there for a moment now. We haven't even known it.
I was just about to say it must be strange for the New Zealanders. They
Yeah.
haven't taken a wicket in a couple of deliveries.
That's a good sight to see. That's wonderful keeping. Wonderful keeping there. That's a brilliant stumping. And Andrew gets his second. That was class. That was classy keeping. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
Looked like looked like on that replay, his foot was down, but obviously on the angle, yeah, we can't see the line, the crease line from this camera angle, as the field is on a bit of a hill.
Oh, a really good take and effort by the wicket keeper.
Yeah, no, I'm not taking it
Yeah.
away from the glove skills there behind the stumps. Excellent. I was just the reason I asked for the replay was just to see if his foot was down before the stumps were broken. And it kind of looked that way. I'm sure he'll go back later tonight, the skipper, after the debrief and when he's alone, and just go have a look and see.
That's for some clarification.
He's
Oh,
a keeper himself, the skipper.
yeah.
Every game he's had the gloves, he's taken a stumping, so he'll know all about stumpings and how cool it is to get one. It's the first time that I've seen him stumped in it, so it just hasn't been
Not just
pretty.
holiday has been throughout the day.
It's, I think for the Zimbabwe supporters, it's been a tough watch.
Yeah.
70 for 9. This is definitely not what the Zimbabwe team are all about, and says nothing about their wonderful abilities and standard of cricket. It's just one of those games where you have to just hold your hands up and say we were outplayed,
Yeah, most
and we
definitely.
made mistakes at the wrong time in the game. Too many boundary deliveries towards the end of our bowling innings, and they'll tell each other, we lost too many wickets up front in the first power play. I mean, losing 6 wickets in the first 15 overs, you're always going to be behind the 8 ball. So,
Yes. It's most important is how you move on from here. Can't let one bad game define, especially winning 10 out of your 11 last games. But they can't take a few pages out of New Zealand's book moving forward in this tournament. So that a lot of runs was scored square of the wicket. I think that's the difference also. New Zealand fairly bowled straight compared to Zimbabwe. They bowled good length outside off stump for a cut shot, whereas New Zealand, their plan was probably to bowl more wicket to wicket. And you see the difference.
John O'Lane now at the wicket, nicknamed in Cape Town John Wayne after the cowboy. He had a bit of a limp in his knee, and one of the co-commentators there in Cape Town called him John Wayne. He didn't like it at first, but like all nicknames, you just get used to it. You don't get to
You
choose
should.
your nickname.
It's true. What's going through your mind here if you were from New Zealand and you're on that field? What are you trying to do? Trying to get all that sun as soon as possible.
That's exactly what you're trying to do. Making sure, because the worst thing as a field inside when you're looking for that last wicket is for it to be a 10, 12, 15 over partnership, but they're not making any runs, just blocking. So your feet aching there, you hot in the sun. They also haven't had a lot of breeze compared to when
Yeah.
Zimbabwe were fielding. There was a strong breeze.
Believe it or not, they might feel more tired than Zimbabwe after this game.
I would have paid a lot of money to be in that conversation there. I saw Bonk was the senior batsman giving instructions to John O'Lane. I would love to have known what Peter Sands Thomas was saying there.
If if Bonk bats at 10 and someone comes in at 11, the number 10 is the senior guy.
Yeah,
So
I can't wait to ask him after this game. That's probably going to be the best part of today for any Zim supporter. I'll post that on the WhatsApp group and let you all know what that discussion was all about. Don't be surprised if you see Bonk just come down the track and not listen to his own words of advice. Yeah. He's been known to implode at the end of an innings a couple times. It always brings good laughs. Oh, there it was. The stutter out the crease.
Coming. It's around the corner.
You know, it's a bowler when the number 10 and 11 and just a little flat above that eye line.
No one out there, so he is tempted.
That one a bit flatter from the bowler.
He has a 50 at number 4. So
Peter Sands Thomas looking like a top order batsman, yeah. Sure, he's going to clip that one and send it to Ola later. So a very competitive player, Sands Thomas, so he won't be happy with this result at all. But he will mention that he lost it in the middle longer than a lot of the top order batsmen.
yeah,
He'll let everybody know.
he'll let everyone know that for sure.
Yeah.
In 15 balls.
As we well know, as 10 and 11.
Better yet if one of them comes not out. My.
Well, he faced 6 deliveries there. No runs off that over again. So another maiden. He's been out there so long, he's had to stretch. Big appeal. You can see the desperation from the fielders just saying, please, sir, just one more and then we can go put our feet up and enjoy a cold beverage. It's the biggest appeal we've seen all day, and it was nowhere
Most
near
definitely.
hitting the wickets. Straight to the fielder, breaks through his hands. John O'Lane gets another, or his first run rather. Thought it was another one because they've had a couple of misfields. Peter Sands Thomas, 0 till 15. Just occupying time.
Good
What
patient batting.
lovely there by Sands Thomas, straight to the fielder though. What they can use this is as now batting practice for the future games. You know, it's not often your 10 and 11 get so many overs to face, and you don't always get to bat in a game, so you always feel nervous when you come into bat. It's not like a top order batsman who expects to bat every game. You get less nervous. I'm sure there still are nerves, but as an 11, sometimes you go 4 games without batting, and then you always
Sometimes
have to
even
come
more.
save the match when you do come in. Either scoring 50 or 10 deliveries, or you need to bat out 30 overs. So I once batted a whole season at 11 for my club, and I think I only batted twice. And one of those two times I was on the non-strikers end for one delivery. It was the same season I bought new pads and gloves.
Oh, I think that's the reason.
So I can tell you that they still knew it. It's 3 years later. Lovely shot there by John O'Lane in the covers. Looking for two. Great call in there from Bonk. Again, though, not sliding their bats into the crease. That will be a silly way to lose the 10th wicket in the fixture.
That's what I'm saying. Runs on over here. They will get two.
Look, there's enough overs for these two batsmen to make significant scores for
Yeah.
themselves. I don't think they'll quite get to the 267 required. But we're only halfway through the over, so there's plenty of time. John O'Lane's looking very tidy for a number 11 batsman here. Bounce on that one. John O'Lane. Oh, apologies. That's Bonk.
That's four
That's Bonk's
more.
first runs.
Wonderful shot there by Peter to get this guy up the order.
Oh, please don't tell him that. I'll certainly maybe drop a whisper to him when he tells me how good that shot is. I'll let him know about your comment.
I'm sure he will be back on the stream to find that boundary.
No, don't you worry. He certainly will. He might come find you the next time we play in this venue. Oh, trying to run it down to third man, Sands Thomas. I'll tell you one man that will be really proud of Peter Sands Thomas's batting performance is Graham Smith back in Zimbabwe, the team manager from Cape Town. Couldn't make it on this trip. I've had one or two messages and haven't been able to respond properly to him, but he'll be proud of the way old Bonky is going through his business.
He's seen that ball probably as big as a watermelon at this point.
Someone needs to tell Bonk, though, you need more speed on the ball to beat the short third man in the circle if you're going to try run it down as gently as that. But what is important for this batting pair, although it seems like this game is all but done and over, is that they're occupying time at the wickets. And you can't gain that experience in the net. It's
That's
totally
true.
different. So they'll be enjoying it out there, and I'm sure that's what they'll be telling each other. Like, no, let's just work 2 overs at a time. Let's just enjoy it. If the ball is there, let's hit it. And if it's not, let's keep it tidy, play it straight,
And the
play it out of
confidence would
merit.
transfer into their bowling also.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
so that will benefit the team overall.
Yeah, Michael, go back on.
As well played again by Peter. Score is 81 for 9 after 26.2. Zimbabwe spending some time at the crease here. New Zealand trying to end this game.
New Zealand would have been hoping to wrap this up quickly, get their players off the field, and keep those legs fresh. A long tournament, as we mentioned, so you don't want to spend any extra time out in the middle as a field inside. Another quick stumping down the leg side, but this time Sans Thomas in his crease. The keepers had a good game there behind the stumps with the
Most
gloves.
definitely. Maybe a change of bowling from either end would be a good idea.
You know what really takes wickets at the end of an innings is a part-time bowler.
Most definitely.
Brings that whole. If they don't know if he doesn't know what he's bowling, the batsman never will.
That's about 6, 7 overs to the next water break. Not sure if the umpire would take it. That's well played once again. That's the end of the 27th over. The score is now 82 for 9. New Zealand in charge. Searching for one more wicket to end this game off with a win. Start the IMC over 60 World Cup campaign with a win.
Cricket through the air there from the bowler.
Yeah.
Johnny Lane's really looked up to the task out there in the middle.
Oh,
Was that a dropped opportunity?
a bit of intense showing here by John O'Lean. It's well left there by the batsman.
Runs keep ticking on. This partnership starting to irritate the field inside of New Zealand. I think it's more the deliveries faced than the runs scored. Good 40-odd deliveries faced by this pair together.
I think now is where they get a bit frustrated now. As we see a bowling change, no?
Yeah, this is a smart move now. Just putting bodies in front of the batsman's eye line. Make him do something different instead of just lunging forward on that front foot.
Oh, it's like a
Such
broken
smart,
recorder.
such smart bowling. They just lobbed it up for Sans Thomas to have to wait patiently for that delivery to reach the crease eventually.
I wouldn't be surprised if he hoisted it over mid-wicket. 4 from Titi. Spending time at the crease. Andrew in search of his third. And that's well bowled once again. A bit quicker, attacking the pad and the stump there.
Yeah, so it was a smart bowling plan. So what he did is he set Thomas up to Sans Thomas to step out there and plant that front foot outside the off stump. He was pitching those first two deliveries a lot wider,
Yeah.
and then he really darted one in towards the pads on the stumps. Sans Thomas up to the task so far. There's that one outside off stump again, drawing in. Run out opportunity.
Not out the umpire.
You have to question if they threw it to the right side.
Yeah, I think he should have shown to the bowlers in there.
The New Zealand fielders cannot believe the final wicket hasn't been given. Down the ground. This is going to make the fielders work. They can turn for two here.
So we're board once again. New Zealand still in search for this last wicket. Stifled appeal. Perhaps a bit of an inside edge.
John Lane trying to distract the umpire with the traffic on the bridge on the far side. Steady on there from Peter Sands Thomas. 5 off 33 deliveries. This has been a phenomenal feat. If they can last 2 more deliveries, they're going to make it to the second drinks break, this batting pair.
That's why. Single. That's good going here by the tailenders, as we would say. As we go for the second drinks break, Zimbabwe 87 for 9. Peter 5 from 38. John O'Lane 10 from 23. And we're back here. New Zealand in search for one more wicket. This has proven to be the hardest wicket to get of the day.
Oh, Sans Thomas on the front foot again.
See, the bowler is bowling with his cup this time. Hopefully, a change of something, you know. Not out, says the umpire. Swift work there by the keeper. Oh,
Is that a dropped opportunity there, Nickel?
in the middle of nowhere. 7 guys on the offside. The ball falls in the middle of no one. That's the first chance we've gotten in 10 overs. And back to normal proceeding, long forward. Definitely a promotion for these two batsmen in the next game.
Now they're certainly putting their hand up to move further down the order, or up the order rather.
Quicker delivery. I think New Zealand should change the bowlers. Get something new for these guys. It's pretty much the same deliveries over and over. Perhaps a new bowler might bring the breakthrough. That's over. Another maiden in the books. Brings keeps the score at 88 for 9 after 31. And that's a spell of Andrew. He finishes for 2 wickets for 14 runs, 9 overs. Good spell there, match-winning spell. Alongside Kusal Eriagama, picked up 5 earlier in the game.
That spell is the spell that broke the game for Zimbabwe. See a crowd catch there.
Yeah, crowd catch. With oohs and ahs out there. Fire says not out. Instantly shakes his head as he knew they were going to appeal.
He knew it was massive. Even square leg was a yeah.
New Zealand continues their hunt. For this last wicket. Slighted Yorker leg delivery. Gets his 4th dot ball of the over. Should
It's a
the
lovely
offside
shot.
and runs away. They will get 2 valuable runs here for these 2 batsmen.
It would be interesting to know what time the second last wicket fell and how long this pair have been at the crease time-wise, because not often a 10 and 11 get to bat longer than a 20-minute session. So time-wise, I feel like they've done so well just to keep their wicket.
I think they
Re-
probably batted for close to an hour.
I would say it
Yeah.
certainly feels that way.
That brings the end of the 32nd over. The score is now 90 for 9. John O'Lane, 12 of 29. And Peter, 6 of 45 deliveries. They might call Peter the Wall after this game.
I think I might call him that tonight at dinner.
Yeah, it's Peter, also known as the Wall.
Raul Dravid.
Yeah. Should get this guy into the test side for Zimbabwe. Never too late with a technique like his.
Reminds me of in his later years, Shivnaran Chandapal just occupying time at the wicket.
Roll Shiv, the Tiger.
I used to love watching him bat in his earlier days, and as he just got older, he just decided his wicket was so precious. He didn't have to always score runs, but as long as he was out there, things would go well in favor of the West Indies.
Was a pretty good ODI player also.
Yeah, absolutely. Very highly rated in my eyes.
Remember there was this game West Indies needed 10 runs of 2 balls. Finish a game with a 4 and a 6.
He's a classy player.
Yeah. That's out. There's the umpire.
Did you hear the story of Steve Smith wearing that tape underneath his eyes?
Yeah, I saw. And he messaged Shivnarine Chandapal if he's wearing it correctly.
Yeah, and I think Shivnaran said you're wearing it upside down.
Yeah. I think New Zealand, it's time for them to wrap this up. Maybe get a new bowler from the next end.
Now, the New Zealand bowlers will be asking, how are we going to take this last wicket? What do we have to do? But no one has really looked dangerous for this batting pair because they're not looking to play shots.
Yes, exactly.
They're just keeping their wicket safe, which is all we were really asking from the top order in the beginning of the innings. Look to rotate, strike, keep your wicket safe. A couple of rash shots, unnecessary shots, but that all coming from the pressure built from the New Zealand bowlers. I think Bonk has left more deliveries outside off stump than the top five.
That's 33 overs done. We may see a 45 over game here for Zimbabwe at this rate.
Yeah, I think they'll have small targets in mind. Maybe not overs. Maybe let's get to 100 runs. So that's runs away. That might be 5 or 6 overs of batting the way they've been going. And they'll just build time and confidence like that. You never know if this batting pair need to win a game sometime late in this tournament. So now they've had that experience of, batting out in the middle here in Canada, pitches they've never played on before.
Goes for a shot there. 5, I think. They got 1. Score moves on to 94 for 9 after 33. So the middle of the pattern, they get 1. Some positive intent being shown here. I think they're seeing the ball big now, as they say. Eyes are in.
Can tell you one thing for sure, Nicole, is Zimbabwe captain Greg McDonald. He'll find a positive out of today's game, and it will certainly be this partnership
Yeah,
and what these two have done here at the end just to frustrate this bowling attack.
and this is the fighting spirit we talked about with the guys of Zimbabwe. The game is pretty much done, but these guys are fighting for pride. So
Yeah, we're a very proud nation, and certainly a very proud set of men, and some of the wives, well, yeah, as well supporting a lot at home, sending motivational messages every day, especially this morning before the match. And I'm sure, as I mentioned earlier, when they get back to their phones, there'll be only messages of support.
which is always good when you play tournaments. The support is most important.
I think you also have to realize that at the ripe old age of 60 plus, you know if you've played badly or not.
Yeah,
You
definitely.
don't have to be told by someone. But there were certainly some good positives in the field for Zimbabwe. A lot of diving efforts, saving those extra runs.
Especially from the captain McDonald. Skipper Craig Gibb is trying his hand here into his second over. Yeah. But they are getting through these overs quickly.
Yeah, it looks like they've decided if we're not going to take this wicket, we're not going to have long run ups, short run ups, get everyone who's off a 3 or 4 pace run up and let's get through it quickly. As a run out opportunity comes, Bonk scampers through. He has another run to his total. Has he reached double figures there yet?
9 on 54.
9 or
Good
54
old bonk.
deliveries. When I first met Bonk, there's no ways I would have believed he could bat 54 deliveries over 5 innings, let alone in 1 innings. So all the stories I've heard, and that's a lovely
Yeah.
shot whipped off the legs over a mid-wicket fielder in the ring. It's been slow out there today, so they're going to have to trot through for a couple. John O'Lane's really looked impressive since coming to the wicket. He's had to obviously defend a lot more than he would have liked due to the circumstances. But every time there has been a half bad ball, he's looked to put it into the space.
Has been pretty positive with the bat. We're into the 36th over now. Score is 98 for 9. Required run rate 16.9.
Spectators going for a walk, hoping to walk at the final wicket here for New Zealand. Saw Mamasel bring some luck to Zimbabwe. I can tell you something, Nicole. Mamasel will give these boys a talking to on the bus. She loves getting involved in the post-match, give them a breakdown of where we can improve and where we did well. She's always positive, though, and that's why the spirits is always so high in the Zimbabwe camp. We're known as the happy team. Everyone likes to socialize with us afterwards and before a match. And then when we step over that white line, we get a fierce look in our eyes. John O'Lane steps back like a top order batsman, tries to work it around back on a square, unable to get the contact he wanted.
See, these past two overs, a bit of confidence has stepped in with both of these guys. Shown a bit more intent.
Full toss, a rare bad delivery from a New Zealand bowler today. John O'Lane puts it through the covers.
Won't get 4, but still gets 2. But that's 100 up for Zimbabwe, which
And
looked very far.
you notice the difference between the two sides. When New Zealand got to those milestones, they weren't even aware of it. But the
Yeah,
Zimbabwe team, always aware of where their team and batsmen are. Um, if someone has batted, as we see another appeal, a big appeal coming. If someone has batted for a decent amount of time, someone walks over to the scorer, make sure that they know that a milestone is coming up, and they'll keep the countdown there on the side of the field. So they love to celebrate individual achievements within a team environment. And then that's how they keep their spirits up. And it's something that a lot of teams, even school teams, can learn from.
Yeah, that's very true. Those milestones, 100, 150, even 50, really important milestones. As we see, another over coming to an end here, 101 for 9. The captain continues. Greg Gibb, his off spin. Just beating a shot from the kid fielder and getting one. This keeper comes back to strike.
You know what this partnership is going to do, Nicole, is going to galvanize the Zimbabwe side. You can, yeah, that's the first time we've heard them big all day when they got to that 100
Yeah.
because two tail enders got there. And already I feel my spirits even be lifted a bit by this partnership. We're all a bit depleted at one stage, but the energy is coming back. And
Kind of takes the energy away from the collapse from the
that's
back.
absolutely
Yeah.
and the devastated loss that this could have been. It's, I think it was we were 60 odd for 9 or 70 for 9 at one stage. So these two have done brilliantly. They've just occupied it. This is what we were saying in the beginning of the innings. If they just occupy space, time at the crease, the runs will eventually come. Now, you can imagine if the New Zealand side were tired like they are now, and your number 3 and 4, 5 and 6 were batting, you create a lot more pressure then. You just have to take the field inside deep into their bowling overs. At the age of 60, it's not easy to stand on your feet for 3 hours on the outfield.
A lot of the batsmen, they batted long periods also.
Absolutely. So their legs were really had some minutes in them. And you can see that totally the energy in this New Zealand side being sapped out by this partnership. And that's what happened in the Zimbabwean innings. Those two partnerships in the middle um, really just set it up nicely for New Zealand. They were able to team from the end. Nothing has bothered these two at the crease.
They look so comfortable. I think they will bat this 45 overs.
I think New Zealand are starting to believe that as well. You can see the fielders not really walking in
Yeah,
as
yeah.
much. Everyone just standing like chess pieces.
Wide
Plus,
is not helping that.
they'll turn and go for two, yeah. Oh, miscommunication. Run cancelled, just the one. That's the end of
That's
that.
the
It looks like
game. Zimbabwe finishing on 105. New Zealand sealing the deal here in the 38th over. Wonderful game here at Danville Park. New Zealand winning by 163 runs. Scorecard follows in the first innings. Craig Gibb, 40 from 67. Richard Calkin, 22. Martin Pike, 66. Mason Robinson, 59. Chanawira Perma, 31. Dean Askew, retired hurt on 7. Ken McKnight, 12. Mike Van Staden, 7. Martin Pennyfather, 5. Pick up the bowlers for Zimbabwe. Andrew Walton, 2 wickets, 27 runs, 7 overs. Wayne Jones, 2 wickets, 50 runs, 7 overs. And for Zimbabwe, batsman Wayne Paham, 7. Ian Harris, 4. Andrew Walton, 18. Rory McQuaid, 11. Wayne Jones, 3. Zenyan Zail, 7. Warren Ackhurst, 4. John Jameson, 1. Gregory McDonald, 6. And the number 10 and 11, Peter Sandy Thomas, 11. And John Lane, 18. Pick up the bowlers for New Zealand. Kusal Eriagama, 9 overs, 39 runs, 5 wickets. And Andrew Nuttall, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 14 runs, 2 wickets. Man of the match today, Mason Robinson, 59 runs. Second place for Andrew Nuttall, 2 for 14. And Kusal Eriagama, 5 for 39. New Zealand winning by 162 runs here at Danville Park in their opening game. Thank you, and we're out.